call the December the 10th, 2024 Caroline County Board of Supervisors meeting to order. It's nice to see everyone in the crowd, a young crowd. It's good to see. Let the record show that all 6 supervisors are here. To my far right is Mr. Clay Forehand, who represents the Madison District. To my immediate right is Mr. Floyd Thomas, who represents the Mattaponi District. To my immediate left is Chairwoman Mrs. Nancy Long from the Port Royal District. To her left is Mr. Jeff Seeley from the Bowling Green District. And to his left is Mr. Reggie Underwood from the Reedy Church District. Mr. Fletcher, if I could ask you to get someone from the Little League to come down to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, that would be, well, we'll do the invocation first. So we'll start with the invocation. If everyone could rise, please. Heavenly Father, as we come before you tonight, we ask you to look at everyone in need during the holiday season. We ask you to bless us with your knowledge, your strength, and your wisdom. In your name we pray. Amen. If I could have someone for the Little League to... Yeah.
Right here.
All right, you lower the mic. Good job, young man.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good job. All right. Before we get started, we're gonna do opening board comments. I would like to make a comment myself before I actually begin opening board comments. At the last meeting, and this is a lesson to all the children out there too, because sometimes adults make mistakes. At the last board meeting, we had a rather heated discussion, I guess, about funding for something. And I referred to one of the fire stations that was coming as a clubhouse and referred to the funding for it as far as, because we weren't gonna have the volunteers. I can get into context later. I should never have made that statement. So I regret making that statement and I apologize. So that will be it. And later on, I'll have other comments. So Mr. Forehand, would you like to start us off?
I will forego any comments tonight.
Mr. Thomas.
I have a few, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I think all the people who live in and around Bowling Green know that the Bowling Green post office is closed due to someone running into or actually through the post office with their car. Again, it's not a county facility. The county has nothing to do with it. But the building is not even owned by the post office. So we're all at the mercy of the private owner. And I think I was told originally it was at least 30 days. And regrettably, I think it's going to be a lot more than 30 days. So that may affect, I don't know who put their tax payments in the mail at Bowling Green, but that may affect some of us who did that. The next one is I was unable to attend, but I'm very happy to hear that the senior gala was a rousing success. So congratulations to Mrs. Green, Dr. Calveric, Mrs. Baker-Latney, Mrs. Twiner, and I'm sure I missed a whole bunch, but those are the few that we got. And again, I'm going to ask staff, Mr. Hughes, if we could follow up on the property maintenance issue at the trailer park near the Bowling Green convenience site. I think we asked at our last month if we could start the process there, and should be 30 days after. And last, well, not last, but I didn't mention this last month because I wanted to make sure we got things straight, but at the VACO conference in Bath County last month, I met with 2 supervisors from Essex at dinner, and I met with Senator Stewart. And I asked both of them if we removed water cooling from our water withdrawal permit if they would support it. And they've all said they would support it since the county has done that. So I think that's a great thing. The county should be able to move forward now. And last, we're going to talk about tax credits. I'd like to look at some sort of farm credit for real estate. In the case where we're talking land use and those sort of credits, we should be able to give some sort of credit to our local farmers to make sure they're not impacted by what's coming in the future. That was it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Long?
I have none at this time, except to remind everybody of the Bowling Green Christmas Parade is this Saturday, correct, Mr. Sealy?
Correct.
So everyone come out and enjoy, and hope to see you there. Thank you.
Mr. Seeley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me go a little further on the trailer park outside the transfer site in Bowling Green. The county paid for a trash pickup there, and that will be billed to the owner of the trailer park to get that somewhat cleaned up. The trailers are a different issue. There is still some debate on who owns those trailers. So before we can do anything else, we have to make sure we know who owns each one of those before we proceed and bill the owners for that. Speaking of farmer credits, I'd like to, in the future, look for our next budget, look at the removal of personal property tax on farm equipment. We are only one of 12 counties that continue to do that. And I think if we want to help farmers, the way to actually help them is to look at what we have control of. And that's one of the things. And it's probably not as expensive as we think. I would also like to point out, yeah, the Christmas parade is this Saturday, but Christmas around town in Bowling Green is a big event this Saturday. You're going to see kids' hot chocolate bar, paper Christmas trees. There's all kinds of events in town. Crafting on Santa's workshop, letters to Santa, Candy Cane Lane, Jingle Bell Hunt on Main Street. All these are events going on Main Street all day on Saturday, and the parade is an afternoon parade, so it's in the daylight, so you can kind of do this, watch the parade, and continue. I just like to encourage everybody to come. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Mr. Underwood?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, everyone had a wonderful Thanksgiving holiday, and certainly Christmas is now upon us. Hoping everyone has a wonderful Christmas holiday as well. I just want to thank the folks at VDOT for ensuring that the roads are getting better in the Carmel Church area. We had a lot of the shoulders were worn out, and they're doing a pretty good job of repairing those and putting up some new signage along some of the deep curves on Ruther Glen Road and Signboard Road. And I just want to thank VDOT for getting on that and taking care of those issues, because they are a concern to our citizens. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a few myself. I had referred to the apology at the beginning. One of the things that I hope this board continues with, since we have a younger crowd here, is on the agenda that was the debate was turf fields at the park. So there was up for, and I was very passionate about trying to get turf fields for the kids. I know we have Little League here, but county turf fields for soccer. Where our county park is, where the softball field and baseball field is. And I hope as we move forward that this board would consider that. It's one of the few places where the county kind of meets, county government meets the public. And as we see here tonight with Little League, that's just one example, but we have lots of different programs that are designed for our young people in Parks and Rec. And it's always nice to make sure that we as a county are doing what's best for the younger generation. I do want to also repeat what Mrs. Long had said. The Senior Citizen Gala, if you haven't had a chance to participate in that or see it, that is something that it's a really, really, really good event. And I want to thank the Superintendent Calveric and everyone who was on that committee, Mrs. Green and so forth. That it was really, really, they do a great job with that. And the senior citizens really were enjoying themselves. Finally, the last two things I have is just a reminder, one of the big events in this county for fundraising, there's a lot of good organizations that participate in the Polar Bear Plunge. That is coming up on Saturday, February 1st at the Lake Landor Beach. So if you know of anyone that would like to participate in that, usually churches and 501c3s to help those in need. And finally, Mr. Schiebel, I was driving by the basketball courts tonight in Ladysmith, and there is no, like, the netting on the hoops is completely gone. I just noticed that. So if we could do something about that, I would appreciate it. And that's all I have. We are now to amendments to the agenda. Does anyone have any amendments to the agenda? Sure, Mr. Underwood?
I'd like to add a discussion regarding funding for the architectural work at Low Massey Park and the new digital sign that needs to be erected.
All right, we will do that as 14A. If that's okay.
That's fine.
All right, is there anyone else has any amendments? Otherwise, I'll take a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, a motion carries. All right, we are to presentations and reports. And our first is, I think, what a lot of you are here for. The recognition of Caroline Little League accomplishments. So we have 3 resolutions. So Mr. Fletcher, I don't know if how we want to do this.
You want me to go first?
Yeah, go for it.
So it has been 4 years since I've come to see you guys with updates for the Little League. So here we go. Are you flipping for me? Sweet. All right. So complex updates that we've done in the last 4 years. The last time I was here, we did not have lights on field 3. Lights have now been installed with the help of the county. You guys gave us $20,000 to complete that. That's what it cost us to get those lights installed. We replaced our equipment shed, and we built a maintenance building for both the safety and security of the machinery we have at the park, as well as storage of all of our field equipment. We built a batting cage complex with lighting for teams to have the opportunity to practice when fields can't be used and for warm-ups and things like that. We recently upgraded that this fall to outdoor turf to lessen the maintenance and make those areas usable if the fields are too wet to play. We upgraded the loudspeaker system with a grant at the park to relay information quickly if required, usually around lightning and thunderstorms and things like that, safety issues. We upgraded our concession stand last year to make the flow of work a lot easier, and it allowed us to store more things at the park in regards to food and freezers and things like that. All of our fields are now in maintenance programs to help extend the life of the fields and make sure our kids have a safe place to play. On any given week, some of our fields can have 25 to 40 games on them, probably busier than any other group of fields in the county. So we had to take time, and we've met with external vendors to go through how to take care of the infields, the outfields. It's not just rolling dirt out and letting the kids play on it. It's field conditioning and quick drying, things like that to make sure those fields last. It's me here. So in regards to our enrollment and participation, we attribute that to the quality of the program we provide the children of Caroline County. As you've seen, we invest a lot into the facility, and we strive to make the experience for the kids and the families the best that we can. For us, the growth in the county is concerning. As the county grows, parents are looking for activities for the children. Our younger divisions are normally our largest and help to build the league year over year. I neglected to put in the numbers for 2022, but in 2023, we went from around 250 to 387. That was just the spring season. And the fall season, when I was first president, we struggled to get 100 kids to sign up to play fall baseball because they had things like football and they had other sports they could play. Now we're up at 273 in 2023, and we had 268 this last fall. Last spring, we had a small drop down to 370. With the onslaught of inflation over the past couple of years, Caroline County Little League has remained one of the lower priced little leagues in our district, which includes our neighboring counties and well into the northern neck. If you compare what we charge our parents For a registration, it is still one of the lowest, but we are the only league outside of Essex that owns their fields. We fully fund and support those fields. We spend a lot of time maintaining those fields for our kids to have the best experience possible. With the growth of the league and the other inflation that we've all seen, we used to pay, I looked it up this morning, a dozen baseballs for regular play, for game play. When I started as president, we paid about $32 for a dozen. Today, that's $53.99 before we ship them to us. T-balls, just recreational T-balls, those were about $25 a dozen. We pay around $50 a dozen for those shipped to us. Senior baseballs for the oldest kids, matches up to a high school baseball, right around $50 to $60 for a dozen balls. And that's only getting worse for us. I'll tell you about softballs. You'd think softballs were cheaper, but they're not. A dozen softballs for our oldest group, $80 for a dozen softballs. 12-inch softballs run about $80. 11-inch softballs run about $80. And the T-balls are more expensive than the boys' T-balls. They're about $65 for a dozen. That doesn't include catcher's gear, safety equipment that we have to rotate out every year. With a lot of teams, you have a lot of equipment to maintain and hold on to. We can use a set of catcher's gear in the lower divisions for about 2 to 3 seasons, and that's fall and spring, fall and spring, fall and spring, so about 3 years. We have to rotate those out because those are just like a football helmet. Those catchers wear what is basically a football helmet now, and they have to be rotated and gotten rid of after 3 years because I'm not a big fan of putting my kid in a helmet that I wouldn't put my own head in. So this summer, we're going to have a big summer at the Little League. We were selected. Oh no, I'm out of order. Sorry. This past spring season, we had a great regular season, very competitive spring season, and then when we move into the All-Star season, we had 3 teams win district titles. I've been at the Little League for over 15 years. We've never had more than 1 or 2. Especially these divisions, we normally don't send teams to states in these divisions. Senior softball was extremely competitive. They won the district outright. Minor baseball and softball also pretty much swept the district. They really didn't stand a chance against our teams. This is the first time we've ever sent a minors baseball team, which is your 8 to 10-year-old boys, to states. The girls, we sent a team 2 or 3 years ago, and this is our second team. That just builds a base for the next couple years at the ballpark. What was awesome is that the county came through for our teams. They all 3 fully funded their trips to the state tournaments. The league did not have to kick any money. They actually came back with extra money that was returned back to the league so that we can do field upgrades, which is what I'm going to talk about. Oh, sorry, these are the teams. A lot of them are here tonight. You're going to talk to them in a little bit. And then this summer we were selected to host the 2025 Major State Baseball Tournament for Virginia. Those of you that watch Little League, this is the group of kids you see in Williamsport every summer. The kids from Virginia will start their trip in Caroline County. They'll compete from the 16 different districts throughout the state. We'll have 16 teams show up here around July 18th. The date's not completely confirmed, but that's the date the state has given us. Opening ceremony is a big deal. It's going to be at Fred Nats Park. The Fred Nats happen to be on the road that week, but all games will be played at our Little League Park. Those teams will need housing. Those teams will need places to eat, and Caroline has all of those things. Tournament lasts about 5 to 6 days. Each team's guaranteed 3 games at our ballpark on usually Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then they go to knockouts, which is when it gets really exciting on Monday, Tuesday, and maybe Wednesday, depending on rain. Our intention is to work with the Department of Economic Development and Tourism to make sure our visitors have the best possible experience in Caroline. Our first actual state meeting is actually tomorrow night. I was hoping to have that before I talk to you guys, but it's actually tomorrow night. We have targeted projects throughout the park that will enhance the playing fields and address some of the items that need our attention. And we're asking the Board of Supervisors to consider support for these projects. And any questions? Yes, sir.
If you could go back to the first slide, you said you put in outdoor turf. Is that AstroTurf? Field turf,
Sean,
or is that grass?
It'd be considered AstroTurf. It's
Okay.
specifically for, it's not like the turf you would see at a high school ball field. It's a different type of turf
But that's just around the batting cage.
that is just in the batting cages.
Okay, that's what I want.
That's in the batting cage complex and then 2 standalone batting cages.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Just out of curiosity, Mr. Black, could you later on, do we have a dollar amount?
I'd be happy with 25,000.
Okay. Okay.
That would cover the safety issues we have at the park surrounding fields. If you've been to the park fields 3 and 4, specifically field 4, it has a 6 foot or about a 4.5 foot fence that's about yay high. It goes from really tall to really low all the way out. That particular fence is targeted for us because there are kids playing in those areas between the fields, and parents will sometimes sit on their phone and not really pay attention to the ball game. And it's a spot where you'll see foul balls, overthrows from kids, stuff like that. We've got a couple estimates from local companies that would come out and do the work, and that would absolutely cover it.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Does anyone have any other questions before I?
Just
Yes, sir.
how many fields do you anticipate using this summer?
2 fields, 3 and 4.
Just two.
Just 3 and 4. It's 16 teams, minor age group. They've targeted those 2 fields because they have lights, and the batting cages are right there. So at any given time, they only expect to have 2 games going.
I do have one.
Mr. Thomas?
Yes, sir.
Just want to say, I feel like I always have to mention this,
Yes, sir.
but the field was donated by Mr. Tom Ball years and years ago. So it's always nice when we make improvements just to, remember we got this gift from somebody else.
Absolutely. Was that in '79 when the park opened?
I believe so.
Yeah, that we didn't know the park opened in '79 until like 2 years ago because I didn't grow up in Carolina, so I'm just a transplant.
Just a
Just a transplant.
it's okay. Your vote counts just as much as everyone else's.
Uh-huh. That's right.
Oh. Is there anyone else? Otherwise, I'll start with the resolutions.
Yeah, I didn't see Mrs. Morgan, who's Mr. Ball's daughter, so she knows, but she knows the exact time. That's it, go ahead.
Okay. So what I was thinking is I'll read the resolutions, we have 3 different resolutions for the Little League, okay? And then we can bring each team, maybe we can go down and take a picture with each team individually? Okay, so I will go ahead, to start with a resolution congratulating the Caroline County 8 to 10-year-old All-Star Softball team for winning the District 15 Championship and advancing to the state tournament. Whereas this past summer, a Caroline Little League All-Star team won the district age 15 ages 8 to 10 softball tournament in King George County in impressive fashion, defeating William County 5-3, King George 12-1, Matthews County 2-0, Richmond County 7-2 to advance to the district finals, and Matthews again 6-4 in the final. And whereas by winning the District 15 championship, the team advanced to represent Caroline County at the state tournament in McLean, Virginia in July, where it performed very competitively. Whereas the team consists of manager Bruce Adair, coach JoJo Parker, coach Marshall Brown, and players Aubrey Adair, Chandler Brooks, Taryn Brown, Lola Klassen, Adela Crawford, Adley Haller, Madison Haller, Rachel Hathaway, Navari Parker, Chesney Pickett, Mia Satterwhite, and Kennedy Watts. And whereas the accomplishments of these young people and their coaches are very impressive and have brought credit and positive recognition to Caroline County. Now, therefore, be resolved, the Caroline County Board of Supervisors hereby congratulates and commends the Caroline Little League 8 to 10-year-old All-Star softball team for a job well done and extends its best wishes for continued success in the future. Adopted this 10th day of December, 2024. Let's give them a round of applause. They want to, they up to the stage. They'll come up and we'll take a picture and then we'll, yep.
I get the other.
So,
Yes.
well, why don't you just read the next one? We'll just have it take over.
All right. Nancy, you want to read one? I think I handed off the wrong resolution. I think I handed off the wrong resolution. Is the resolution still here? I need the, I think I handed off the wrong resolution. Yeah, yes. Switch up trade. My fault. All right, we are gonna now do a resolution congratulating the 8 to 10-year-old Little League All-Star Baseball team for winning the District 15 championship and advancing to the state tournament. Whereas this past summer, a Caroline County Little League All-Star team won the District 15 ages 8 to 10 baseball tournament in Richmond County in impressive fashion, defeating Spotsylvania American 12-2, Essex County 16-2, Matthews County 18-1, good Lord, Westmoreland County 13-10, and in the semifinals, Westmoreland again 16-1 in the finals. And whereas by winning District 15 championship, the team advanced to represent Caroline County in the state tournament in Woodstock, Virginia in July, where it performed very competitively. And whereas the team consists of manager Chris Simmer, coach Jeremy Pickering, coach Kyle Decatur, and players Braylon Berry, Wesley Cecil, Kanan Decatur, Carter Gortles, I'm hoping, Oakley Irving, Braden Jones, Jace Lipscomb, Bryce Miller, Jackson Pickering, Jace Shelton, Maddox Shelton, Connor Simmer, and Kate Southworth. And whereas the accomplishments of these young people and their coaches are very impressive and have brought credit and positive recognition to Caroline County. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors hereby congratulates and commends the Caroline County Little League 8 to 10-year-old All-Star Baseball team for a job well done and extends its best wishes for continued success in the future. Adopted this 10th day of December, 2024. Let's give them a round of applause. All right, and if they would want to come up for the picture too, and I'll get them the right resolution this time. And we've got one more group. A resolution congratulating the Caroline County Senior All-Star softball team for winning the District 15 championship and advancing to the state tournament. Whereas this past summer, a Caroline Little League All-Star team won the District 15 Senior Softball Tournament in King William County in impressive fashion, defeating Spotsylvania County 12-2, King William County 19-4, and Spotsylvania again 9-4 in the final. And whereas by winning the District 15 championship, the team advanced to represent Caroline County at the state tournament in Portsmouth in July, where it performed very competitively. And whereas the team consists of manager Shane Decatur, coach Christopher Picarno, coach Nikki Mahoney, Tinsley Beasley, Raylan Decatur, Riley Decatur, Maddie Ellis, Tabitha Garris, Taylor Heflin, Alora Knott, Kiara Little, Cheyenne McFarland, Abigail Page Picarno, Zoe Taylor, Delaney Williamson, and Adriana Witkowski. Whereas the accomplishments of these young people and their coaches are very impressive and have brought credit and positive recognition to Caroline County. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors hereby congratulates and commends the Caroline County Little League Senior All-Star Softball Team for a job well done and extends its best wishes for continued success in the future. Adopted this 10th day of December, 2024. All right.
Ready to go.
Yep, no, Mr. Seeley's doing that. Mr. Seeley's doing that.
Okay, you all know that.
Yeah, there. Ladies and gentlemen, we, from the league, we thank you for coming. If you want to stay and watch a Board of Supervisors meeting go on for a very long time, you're welcome. Otherwise, you are free to leave. Thank you, and you guys did an amazing job. Hopefully, one of you gets a Juan Soto type contract. Okay, we are to our next, Mr. Seeley's going to cover this one. This is going to be the recognition of Joey Fry for the Bowling Green Tinseltown video.
And I think we should play it first and then I'll have Joey come down. I don't know what happened with the sound. It is not very often that we get to see a commercial 3 minutes long of any place in Caroline County, much less Bowling Green, Virginia. Joey, come on down. Bring your parents, they can come. I saw dozens and dozens of great comments about your wonderful animation. And with that, I'd like to read you the letter of appreciation from the Caroline Board of Supervisors. Letter of appreciation for Joey Fry, Autism by Joey. Dear Joey, please accept this letter of appreciation from the Caroline County Board of Supervisors and the people of Caroline County for your work on a wonderful Tinseltown video celebrating the 2024 holiday season and the vibrant business community in the town of Bowling Green, Virginia. Your support for your community and creativity is commendable and has brought joy to many Caroline County residents and visitors. Thank you for investing your time, your talents in your community, and for your spreading of cheer, good tidings during the holiday season. We wish you a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Sincerely, the Caroline County Board of Supervisors, which each one of us signed. It's from Jeff Black, Clay Forehand, Floyd Thomas, Nancy Long, myself, and Reggie Underwood. And thank you very much for all the time and effort you put into that, because it was fabulous.
You are absolutely welcome.
Come on up and let's get a picture.
I would like to point out, Joey is completely self-taught. He did all the artwork, the animation, the sound, which we couldn't get, I guess. But he did that all himself, and he's not had any formal instruction on how to do that. Wow. You can hear it up there.
All righty. Next one is a resolution of appreciation for Tamika C. Morgan for her service to Caroline County. Whereas Tamika Morgan began employment as finance director with the County of Caroline in August of 2020. And whereas her knowledge, abilities, personality, and attention to detail have had an immediate positive impact on the finance department, and over the next 4+ years, she has worked to strengthen the county's financial policies and procedures and financial standing. And whereas in July of 2023, Ms. Morgan was promoted to Deputy County Administrator of Finance in recognition of her performance and abilities. Administrator in Finance in recognition for her performance and abilities. Over the next 17 months, she performed her new duties with success and distinction and played an integral role in the overall management and administration of the county while continuing to direct the finance department. And whereas she has earned the respect and admiration of the Board of Supervisors, county administration, co-workers, and her staff for her dedication, professionalism, and integrity. And whereas Ms. Morgan has announced her resignation from county employment effective January 10th, 2025, leaving a void that will be difficult to fill. And whereas Caroline County wishes to recognize and express its appreciation for the many contributions Ms. Morgan has made to Caroline County during her tenure. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors hereby commends and thanks Ms. Tamika Morgan for her 4+ years of exceptional service to the citizens of Caroline County. Be it further resolved that the board offers its very best wishes for success in her future endeavors. Adopted this 10th day of December, 2024. Ms. Morgan, if you'd like to come down, we appreciate it. If you'd like to come to the podium.
Chairman Black, members of the board, I would just like to say thank you for the 4+ years of entrusting the finances of the county with me, to the county staff, and to the citizens of Caroline County. I say thank you. Thank you.
Would you like to, you got to come up for the picture, so come on up. All right, next one, we have an update on the 2024 general reassessment of real property. Jason Cowan, Services.
So, good evening. My name is Jason Cowan, and I'll be presenting a topic that is slightly less exciting than videos and softball winnings, but I'll try to be brief. As you know, we're doing a general reassessment. It's mandated, that happens by the state every 4 to 6 years. First, a little bit about myself. I have 2 professional designations, over 15 years of experience in the appraisal industry. I've taken over 30 appraisal courses and qualified as to teach some assessment classes through the IAAO, which is the International Association of Assessing Officers. So it shouldn't really come to much of a surprise, but we'll talk a little bit about the market update. The residential market remains strong. Pretty much since 2014, it's been strong and continuing to grow. Prices continue to increase year over year. The average and median sale price to original list price, which is a pretty good metric, is right now in Caroline. This is like up-to-date stats from sales over the last 60 days or so. They're between 98 and 100%, which indicates that there's still a lot of buyers out there, even though interest rates are up. The retail, hospitality, and specialty property market, it's been recovered since COVID. A lot of things were shut down for COVID, and they were basically, you couldn't really stay in a hotel, you couldn't travel. But since then, they've kind of bounced back and are almost back at before COVID market levels. Even throughout COVID, the industrial market was strong because people were buying online versus in store. So there's always demand for shipping and distribution warehouses, things like that. The office market, there isn't a whole lot of office in Caroline to begin with, but that has continued to stagnate. There's been some increases in occupancy, but overall, I think most of the office in Virginia is about like 80% shows about 20% vacant in that space. So talking about increases in the residential markets, we'll be focusing on changes since the last reassessment, which occurred during 2021. We'll talk about 3 major data points. First, the local MLS, which is probably the best data. Second, we'll talk about data that's published by the Federal Housing Finance Agency. And this is the agency that oversees the residential mortgage market. So Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, they have all the data from those agencies that when people refinance and people sell their houses, they have all of that information, which is a good source of information. And third, we'll talk about some figures from the Virginia Department of Taxation. So looking at first, we're going to compare sales from the fourth quarter of 2020 to the fourth quarter of 2024, which is kind of the best gauge. So in 2020, the average sale price in the county was $284,000, and the median was $260,000. And during the fourth quarter of this year, which hasn't officially finished yet, the average sale price increased to $441,000, and the median $372,000. And that equates to an increase of 55% in the average sale price and 43% increase in the median sale price. So the Federal Housing Finance Agency, they publish a bunch of different data sets. We're going to look at ones that are like purchase only, one that's only purchases, and we're going to look at one that has refinance data inside of it too. So we're covering all our bases. This is a graph. This is actually, you can do this same graph on the FHFA website, and they have what's called the Housing Price Index Calculator. So I set this one up and did a little screenshot. So if you take the median sale price of $260, which is what it was in the fourth quarter of 2020, and you purchase, say you purchase that, and then what would it be worth today? And that graph shows that it's increased over time, and it predicts for the state, the state would predict it for $364,000, and for the Richmond MSA, it would predict its value of a house was built. Somebody paid $260,000, then it would have increased to $371,000, which I believe is a 42% increase. The most localized data that the FHFA publishes is down to the zip code grouping. So it includes all of the areas that begin with this data, all the areas that begin with the zip code 224 and 225. Those are the 2 groups that are in Caroline. Most of the county is 225. I think Bowling Green is 224 and one other area. So to summarize the 224 data, you're going to look at the index down there in the fourth quarter of 2020, there in the bottom of that chart. The highlight, it was 243, and the index has increased. This is kind of like the consumer price index where they charge they track the price of a gallon of milk, that kind of thing. It's increased to 359 in the third quarter of 24, and that's the most recently published one. And this index started at 100 in 1985, and this is actually the highest that it's ever been at 359, which shouldn't be, come as a surprise. And then we'll look at the 225 zip code group, where this is most of the county. In the fourth quarter of 2020, the index was 242. It's now at 340. So if you do that increase, it equates to a 40% increase over the 4-year period. The last data point we will consider for residential market changes is data that's published for the Virginia Department of Taxation. And as of January 1st of this year, they estimated the overall assessment level. And this figure compares the assessed values to the recent sale prices at 66%. And that's not stratified by property class. So in that number, you have houses, you have farms, you have commercial buildings, which is why it's a little bit lower than some of the other increases, where houses have kind of shot up, farmlands increased, but not as much, and commercial buildings have increased, but not as much. That's why that's a little bit lower percentage increase. So the overall summary of all the data points that we're talking about tonight is that residential properties have shot up since the previous reassessment by about 40%. All the data points were fairly consistent on that, roughly 10% a year. And because property tax assessments, they have to follow the sales. They're basically fact-based things, and the facts are that's what houses are selling for. So our duty as assessors is to come in and adjust the assessed values to what they are, what they're selling for. So at the end of the day, the actual increases for, on each property, they're going to vary. It's not going to just be 40% across the board. They'll vary by asset class, age of home, age of property, size, the condition, the acreage, the zoning, and other factors. So it won't be a uniform 40% across the board, because we have to tailor those, the market value across the universe of the properties. And my recommendation to the board is actually to do the reassessments more frequently going forward. Usually it's more palatable to property owners and taxpayers if you have a smaller increase more frequently. And all of the, I shouldn't say all of, most of the counties around here actually do it either 2 years or every year. So during the reassessment, the county actually switched over to a new computer system. About a third of the state was actually on a really good software system. I think it was actually built in the 80s. It was old, it was functional. It was owned by a family out of Augusta County, I believe. And the matriarch of that family died. The widow sold it to a national vendor, and they basically stopped supporting it. They kept it running for 4 or 5 years, and they basically said, we're either not going to support it in 2 years, or we're going to charge you an arm and leg to keep supporting it. So that basically forced about a third of the state to switch. And most of the people switched to the same vendor. Some chose to do something different. So we decided that the best option for the county is to do it during the reassessment. But unfortunately, because the switchover happened during the reassessment and the software vendor, like they lost a couple of key staff, people who were local. Thankfully, we had good local people. One of them took another job. The other one went on maternity leave. So bottom line is there was a couple month delay where I couldn't work. We couldn't go into, we did pretty good in the field, as far as knocking out our field work. We just couldn't go into the computer system because it wasn't there yet. So the impact of the transition, basically, it took a little time to get it set up, get people trained in it. We were actually talking with some of the staff today about how to do certain things in it. At the end of the day, getting the new software product is going to be a win for the county, but unfortunately, it's a short-term loss, long-term gain type of thing. We'll have to push out the completion of the reassessment by a few months. So right now we're about 70% complete as far as punching in the data. We're hoping to have all the data in by the end of January, but because we're switching from one system to the other and things don't function exactly the same way, there'll be a lot of reviewing and data cleanup and that kind of thing, which is ultimately a good thing. The quality assurance and validation is ongoing. The good news is also that the finance people, they'll be advised ahead of the actual completion with estimates so that they can plan for the next budget year. So at the end of the day, there's a code in Virginia that says we have to have everything done by December 31st. So that won't happen because of the delay. So we have to ask the circuit court judge for an extension. My understanding, I've never had it happen to me, but I've talked to other people, that it's just basically write a letter asking for it to do, you give him reasons. And it's in the code that he can give an extension up to 3 months as long as we showed, good cause or whatever. So. And so at the end of the day, we hope everything will be, like I said, all of that entry will be done by the end of January. Some reviewing notices go out like February, informal appeals in March, Board of Equalization in the summer. The Board of Equalization has to begin and end in that next calendar year. So at the end of the day, reassessments are done so that they can reset equity across the property classes. The goal is to have it at 100% of a fair market value for all the properties, the farms, the suburban houses, the commercial properties, that kind of stuff. The extension ensures that quality, and we'll have a thorough completion of the reassessment. And I appreciate the board's consideration and support. And thank you for your time and listening to me. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Does anyone have any questions at this time? Okay.
Mr. Caroline,
Yes, sir.
when you come through Caroline, it seems like I see your car all the time. Could you put Caroline County on there or take the assessor thing off?
Yes, sir. I thought about that. Unfortunately, mine have been on there so long. I actually tried to take it off. It wouldn't come off. I would have had to peel it. Most of the other folks, theirs come on and off. But
We know your car because I saw you when you were in Bowling Green a while back. And
yes, sir.
you just passed me at the gas station, so.
Okay. Yeah.
We knew you weren't out on assessment, but it helps the citizens when it says Caroline County Assessment. So
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I actually, I'm actually moving on to Page. I have a crew there. And when I ordered the signs, I followed your kind of lead and I put Page County on there. So point taken.
All right. Is there anyone else who would like to add anything?
Just a couple
Yes,
comments.
sure.
Let me first say that is the best presentation on the assessment process that I've seen, and I've been on the board since 2008 about the different indexes and how that was followed.
Thank you.
We always get questions on how and what they use, and at least now we can point somebody to the data sheets or the fact sheets that you use to actually point out what mass reassessment is, not assessing a property, but mass reassessment, which always confuses everybody, the differences.
Yeah.
So thanks for the breakdown of how that is done and what people can look at to go see where they fit in the realm of all of this. Because when people hear 40% or 50% increase in their value of their property, it's probably going to give them heart failure.
Right.
Because it's a big jump.
Oh, yeah.
And again, some of us aren't surprised, but it is something that real estate has really just kept climbing and it hasn't stopped. But thank you.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that.
Thank you. All right.
Mr.
Oh,
Do
Ms.
we need
Long.
a motion to do the letter for the extension?
I think it's on the, we have it on the new business.
We do.
Yeah, it's under new business on number 12. All right. We are now moving ahead to the renewal or presentation of the fiscal year 2023-2024 audit.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Tonight we have Mr. Travis Gilmer with Brown Edwards and Associates here. He will provide the fiscal year 23-24 audit for us.
Well, good evening. My name is Travis Gilmer. I'm a director with Brown Edwards. I'm here to do the required public presentation of our audit of the county and school board for 2024. Before I briefly, kind of go over some highlights for the audit, just really want to thank the board for the opportunity to serve you. This is our third year doing the audit, and the financial staff are great to work with, and just really appreciate all their time and effort during the audit. Really just want to thank Tamika and Marcia at the schools for all that they do during this long process. Kind of just as a reminder, this process starts in April and then wraps up in December. And, we spend over 700 hours over the course of the audit. So it's nice to kind of be wrapping things up timely and being here tonight. Just kind of want to go over some key highlights that I think are important. I just want to share with you. In terms of the financial report, we issued an unmodified or clean opinion for the audit for 2024. If you wanted to point a reader of the financial statements to something short and sweet, something that's kind of concise versus read, if you've ever seen locality reports over 200 pages, you'd want to point them to the management's discussion analysis, which is at the beginning of the report. It's sort of a nice sort of high level overview for the year, and it's about 8 pages long, so it really kind of summarizes everything that's in those 200 pages quite nicely. The county recognized the remaining $4.3 million of ARPA funds as revenue this year, or in 24, and transferred most of that to the general fund. Speaking of the general fund, it had $27.3 million of unassigned fund balance, and this is just a slight decrease of $300,000 from the prior year, or just 1.3%. So just a minor decrease in unassigned fund balance. To put this in perspective, though, the general fund expenditures were $55.8 million. So your ratio would be 5.9 months covered of expenditures. So essentially, if you didn't have any money that came in the door, you'd be able to cover about 5.9 months of expenditures without having any money. So the national average is 2 months. So the fact that you're at 5.9 months indicates that you have a very healthy unassigned fund balance. Also, I wanted to comment on the, you also have committed fund balance of $8.5 million. This is money that you're setting aside for, specific projects or things that are coming up. And this balance increased $700,000 over the past year. So not only do we look at unassigned fund balance, but it's nice to see that you're also setting aside money for future projects as well in the committed fund balance. In terms of the utility and wastewater, the utility fund had $4.9 million of income before transfers at the end of the year. And this is compared to $2 million in the prior year. And this is largely due to increase in water and sewer rates and connection and reconnection fees. And then lastly, with our report, any type of findings that we had, in terms of board meeting minutes, we issued a significant deficiency due to board meeting minutes not being recorded since January 2024. And I know it's my understanding that the county's been working hard to get somebody to take on this initiative, and I think they're pretty close in that regard. In terms of the budget, actual expenditures exceeded final budget numbers for several funds. And this is really just largely due to some timing differences, as well as year-end accruals related to the audit. And then the last finding that we had was just procurement for a single audit. The county just needs to update its written procurement policies in relation to uniform guidance, which is just the federal standards. And the county is pretty close of having a draft of this ready for us to review. So I do expect that comment to go away next year. We also issue 2 other reports as part of our audit. There's the required communication with those charged with governance. This is just a letter that communicates information to the board, such as the most sensitive estimates, any type of posted or unposted adjustments, any difficulty during the audit, and any differences of opinion. And then lastly is the management letter. And we just had one minor new comment on the management letter this year, and that was related to the Virginia Public Procurement Act. There was a contract that we reviewed where there was just some required language in that was just missing. So but that's it. That's just a very kind of high level overview of audit process and our findings and financial data. So be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Mr. Forehand?
Just quick question. You indicated that our unassigned fund balance went down
Yeah, just slightly. It's about $300,000,
about 300,000. Okay.
which represented about 1.3%.
Thank you.
Go this way.
Mr. Thomas?
On that same note, Mr. Gilmer, you
Mhm.
said there were unencumbered committed funds
Mhm.
that went up
$700,000.
$700,000.
Correct, yeah. Sometimes there's a lot of focus on unassigned fund balance, as there should be, but your committed fund balance is important well because that's sort of discretionary money that you, as the board, are deciding to set
Mhm.
aside for future projects.
Right,
That money could just as easily be an unassigned fund balance.
right.
So that's why we usually mention that because to me, it's just as important too as unassigned fund balance.
And that was gonna be exactly my point, because
Yeah.
the reality is they're all unencumbered
Right.
fund balances.
Yeah.
So unencumbered fund balance actually went up 400,000, even though it's assigned unencumbered and not assigned.
Right, yeah, exactly. The net of the two. Yep, agreed.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Mrs. Long?
Mr.
Oh, Mr.
I had
Forehand?
one follow-up question, Mr.
Sure,
Thomas.
sure.
Lending money that we've already borrowed.
Mhm.
Would that be something that's in this 8.5 committed fund?
No, it'd just be for future projects that you have, any type of equipment that you want to buy,
Yeah.
renovations.
Okay, but if we've borrowed $2 million for something, but we haven't quite written that check yet, it wouldn't show up in either one of these balances.
No, it's not unencumbered.
Yeah, it depends if you spend the money. There could be some money that's in if you borrow any money for example, bond proceeds, that usually sets in restricted cash. Yeah, so.
But we've moved unencumbered fund balances to specific things like the Rappahannock intake and other water projects, just to make sure we saved that money and it didn't appear like it was just unencumbered, right?
Yes, and that was what I was going to add. So those items that have been committed have been for projects that you guys have submitted that you wanted to commit those funds to.
Sure.
So you have the restricted funds that, and you did like the water well development and things of that sort, Rappahannock and things of that sort. But then you have those committed items for equipment. There's a reserve that's committed to a debt portion that we have to keep there because of some of the debt obligations that we've had previously, and until we pay those off. But those items have been committed. You, the board, could actually say we no longer want to commit those funds, and you could then roll that over to the unassigned.
So there's unassigned, there's committed, and there's restricted.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
So in the total fund balance, unencumbered fund balance is more like $36 million.
Yeah, it'd be the 8.5 plus the 27. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Mrs. Long?
I have none at this time.
Mr. Seeley?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, because I know that we have money borrowed for like the wastewater connector. So is that considered encumbered, or where does that money reside?
That money is actually in a SNAP account. So we have over $41 million in a SNAP account where those items need to be drawn down. So what you're speaking of is the April 2021 borrowing that we borrowed over the $20 million that we can draw down those funds. So that is not included in these items
In
at all.
any of these? Okay.
That is correct.
Because I was looking for where those funds were, because when Mr. Forehand asked for clarification, I said, okay, now I'll get it. And then I was like, I still don't hear.
Right.
So that's yet another fund, but those are already committed funds.
Yes, essentially. But that's not money that we, the county, have actually in our hands.
Okay. Thank you.
You have access to it that you can draw down from. And that money in the financial statement sits in restricted cash. So it's not something that you can readily access. You have to kind of draw down from it. So it's not as though you can actually touch those restricted funds, but they're set aside.
It's like a different account code or something, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Underwood?
I have no questions, Mr. Chairman.
And I have no questions either. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, the next up on the agenda is the health and dental insurance renewal plan for March 1, 2025 through February 28, 2026. I think she's on her way down.
Good evening. I'm Mary Jones with One Digital. So you should have in your packet a presentation that we put together. And here's my clip. Okay. So basically, the final renewal for the medical plan itself is coming in at 7.9% increase. You can see the impact to the employees is about just shy of 70,000. And the impact to the county is about 327,000. That's assuming we're keeping the contribution methodology the same as it is today, as well as keeping the plan options as they are today. Here you'll see a breakdown because in your plan, you actually allow folks from the town of Bowling Green to participate as well as the detention center. So here you can just kind of see the breakdown. So the green row basically represents the total impact. So the total impact of the 7.9% increase is about 6.7 million. And then the county is represented in the second column. Again, the impact to you all is about 397,000. Town of Bowling Green is about 6,000. And the detention center is about 92,000 increase. Overall. Again, the blue row represents what you as the employer absorb. So the total that the county's portion is absorbing is 327, and you can see the town as well as the detention center. And then the orange row, if you will, is what represents what the employee's portion is of that overall 7.9% increase by entity. On the next slide is just a breakdown. So currently we offer two plans. We offer the Health Keepers plan, which is represented at the top of the page, and then the Key Care plan, which is represented at the bottom. This is just showing you a breakdown by tier. So if somebody covers themselves on the Health Keepers plan, for example, currently it's costing them about $74.12 per month, and that is going to increase to $80. So you can see to the far right, the total impact per month to the employee, again, depending on which plan and which tier they participate in. And then lastly, for the dental has remained, we're recommending that you remain flat with that as well. So no increase to the premiums overall for the dental, and continuing to offer the two plan options for your employees, the high and the low plan. Any questions?
A quick question on that. What's the difference between the high and low dental plan?
So the high plan is more robust. You get coverage for major services, which would be things such as crowns, bridges,
and things like
dentures, and it has orthodontic coverage, where the low plan is basically preventive care,
2 cleanings a year and that's it.
basically.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Does anyone have any questions?
We need to decide whether we're
They
gonna,
have to approve.
Isn't that?
yeah, I'm just saying, we
Yeah.
we need to
Yeah.
decide that later.
Yeah. Okay, all set?
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next up on the agenda is the Sparta Fire Station update.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to thank everybody for indulgence tonight. This is just sort of a review. Is this microphone on?
I hear you.
Let's sit next to me. I'd like to do a brief Sparta Fire Station build. I want to start with, to understand where you are, you need to understand where you have been. The Sparta volunteer, go ahead, I need the changer. The Sparta Volunteer Fire Department was founded in 1962 as the 4th volunteer fire department to serve Caroline County. Their motto, let me back up, their motto is pride, honor, and duty. Pictured here is Number 4's first fire truck, a secondhand vehicle, a 1959 from Chesterfield County. And those were the volunteers as that truck sort of appeared. In the 80s, they were able to fundraise to buy a 1984 model. Some of you will recognize a number of the volunteers, some of which are no longer with us. The original building was built in 1962, and it was actually built from cinder blocks. They had to tear down Carter Brothers. And when they tore down Carter Brothers because of 301 being widened, those cinder blocks were reclaimed, taken to the Sparta Fire Station site, and they actually became the first 2-bay site that most of us have never seen because it's now a 4-bay site that looks like this. Sparta has been adept at utilizing secondhand materials and equipment to get the job done from the very beginning of their existence in Sparta. And these are, I just want to click through some of the volunteers. The volunteers came from all over the Bowling Green district. They came from the rural parts of the district, not just from Sparta, but all the way from the King William, King and Queen Essex County line. We've had a number of volunteer groups right up to today's crew that's down there today, with varying equipment being bought and purchased secondhand or new, depending on what the volunteers could afford. Because in the old days, the county did kick in some funds, right, Mr. Thomas? And the volunteers fundraised the rest. So when I first campaigned for office and won the seat in 2008, one of the best things about local elected office is getting to know the volunteers and the services they perform for our citizens. People don't want to see them, as Mr. Thomas would tell you, when your house is on fire. You always want to see somebody show up, and you want to see them put it out before everything you have is gone. Pictured here is just some of the awards proudly displayed in the presentation part of the building used by the Sparta Volunteer Fire Department. These reflect their motto of pride, honor, and duty. One of the first things I learned about the Sparta location was the very serious flooding issues during heavy rain events. These are just some of the older pictures of what happens to the site during those events. Over the years, I have saved and have done accounting on the damage and the repair costs, because this isn't getting any cheaper as time moves on. We've all seen a number of these pictures and seen these events come in over the years. When I came to the board in 2008, there was $1 million in the CIP, which would have covered the majority of the cost of a new station 17 years ago. A past board eliminated that $1 million entirely. I am grateful that the discussions with the present board, after a number of ups and downs, were able to bring this back to the table to make it a reality. It was actually taken out of the borrowing 2 years ago, but thanks to the county administrator, Mr. Charles Cully, careful budgeting, it became a reality with the help of the rest of the board, and I want to thank everybody for doing that. You know, it gets old when you see a trailer in a fire station loading up everything to move it out. But this is the new site. This is what is underway today. This has taken place all summer. It has undergone a great transformation from what was an old 4-bay station to a 4-bay new station. And it will become a community resource that is greatly needed in the Sparta area during any sorts of emergencies. This will become a place where there's electricity, water, and can be used for communities, for the community to come to for anything that may be needed in the future. It is close to completion. There's where we are today. They got doors, they've got roof, they've got a flagpole, they've got pavement. I just want to thank everybody again for getting us to this point. And Chief, grand opening January sometime? Okay. But we're looking for sometime probably in January. But I just wanted to bring everybody up to date where we are and where we've been. So thank you very much.
This looks just like the Carmel Church Station.
All right, it is now 7:30 and we just got through presentations and reports. Appointments, Social Services Advisory Board. Mr. Forehand, that's yours.
I would like to nominate Miss Ann Tyree.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for Miss Ann Tyree. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Consent agenda. Is there anything that anyone like to pull from the consent agenda?
I just had one question on agenda item B. Letter Bravo.
Okay. Go for it. Is there anyone else, do you want to just ask that question
Yeah,
now?
I can ask that question. I saw the bids and I was just curious if this was the current vendor or if this was a completely new vendor, and how did this affect the folks that we had working here?
It is a new vendor. So we have divided up our buildings into smaller groups. Over the years, we've had one vendor, and during the contracts, when they change, as we go out to bid, you've got an issue that you lose all the staff at one time. Now we're going to break it up into 5 different contracts. So these are some of the smaller ones. We're getting ready to bid out the other ones. So that way they'll kind of be 6 months apart, and we'll have those. So we'll be bringing those back the end of this fiscal year for the rest of those. But this is a new vendor. It's a vendor that we used about 17 years ago or so, and we're here for about 15 years. So they've changed hands. It's a whole new group that owns it now. Any of the staff that was there is completely gone now, but it is a newer group.
Okay.
All right, if there's no other questions, I will take a motion to approve the consent agenda A through J.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a motion and discussion. All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye, motion carries. All right, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute earth time, right? Recess, and then we will come, yes?
Mr. Chairman, did you want to go and knock out public comment?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, all right, that's fine. We can do public comments right now then. So, if that's fine. Public comments. One thing, the whole thing about for the agenda item coming up later on. I just want to remind.
Yes, so I think what you're referencing, and then I'll just highlight from the board's rules, is that the text amendment for moving data centers from by right to special exception in the M1 district, that did go down to the Planning Commission, but it's come back to you in exactly the same form as you originally heard it at your joint public hearing. So there's nothing new. So you're just considering the matter that you've already conducted a public hearing on in the joint public hearing. So under the public comment guidelines, that is not a matter that's open for public comment because it's pending your decision from that joint public hearing. So no public comment on that specific text amendment. Of course, as always, data centers generally, the zoning ordinance generally, any other topic is fair game, but that specific matter is pending a decision and therefore outside of public comment.
Because we've already had the public hearing on that specific topic.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So therefore, okay. All right, with that in mind, if there's anyone who would like to speak about anything that is not a public hearing tonight or is under, I guess, number 7, please state your name and come on down.
Good evening, Arthur Hooley of the Bowling Green District. Good evening, members of the board. I come to you this evening to speak on behalf of the many men and women of the volunteer organizations throughout Caroline County. Some historical key points of the fire department for the county started with the charter members of the Bowling Green Volunteer Fire Department in 1947. As the needs arose, other charter members grouped together to start the other stations throughout the county. The same truck that started Bowling Green started our local fire stations at Frog Level and Upper Caroline. Over the years, the volunteer organizations paid for maintenance, insurance, fuel, equipment, apparatus, and other incidentals as they occurred. Recently, Sparta Volunteer Fire Department purchased a new Ford pickup as a replacement for their utility to be utilized for the members replacing a mid-2000 SUV that had served its purpose. This came at the cost of over $75,000. Bowling Green Volunteer Fire Department placed a 2024 3,040-gallon tanker in service around September this year at the cost of over $500,000. Volunteer organizations have raised money over the many years of their existence to purchase specialized equipment to serve the citizens of Caroline County. As times have changed, the need for career staffing was identified, and many of the volunteer leadership supported the county placing paid staffing into our volunteer stations. Some volunteer stations even assisted with the funding of these positions. As we started as a combination system, the volunteer organizations continue to financially support the fire and EMS services of Caroline. While painting a picture of where we come from, I'd like to take a moment and focus on some comments that were made in the recent Board of Supervisor meeting. It was disappointing to hear the volunteer fire station of a neighbor and brother and sisters referred to as a clubhouse. While everyone has an opinion, that clubhouse is the home to where our fellow volunteers have given their blood, sweat, and tears to support this system. That same clubhouse is the building where these brothers and sisters have left families to run calls, step out on holidays to assist someone with an emergency medical situation. This same clubhouse is the place where many are taught the valuable lessons of pride, respect, integrity, dedication, and excellence. While some may refer to it as a clubhouse, we refer to it as a firehouse. These same volunteers have spent countless hours over the years answering the calls for the county. So when we hear comments like call 911, they aren't coming, it's troubling, especially when the volunteers in 2024 have staffed over 10,000 hours collectively. While we look at how fiscally responsible this has been to the county, it equates to over $250,000 in savings to our taxpayers. We also have spent our own money to assist in station maintenance to provide a place for our career brothers and sisters to have a place to work.
Can you just give them some more time, please? 30 seconds. Are you almost done?
Yes, sir. We 100% the building of Station 10 and 100% the support of building Station 4. These firehouses are essential to continue to provide the same level of service throughout our combination system. We'd like to provide a special thank you to Supervisor Seeley for standing up for us in the last board meeting. In closing, we ask that you engage with our local volunteers. Come enjoy a meal in our clubhouse. Look at the equipment that we have to serve our citizens. Get to know our members of our organization. And if you have any questions, we're more than happy to help you at any time answer those. Thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
My name is Carrie Clark. I'm in the Madison District. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight regarding the data centers. I'm very concerned about the data centers. I did a little bit of research, and I found that Virginia is home to 70% of the world's data centers. It's pretty amazing. I've also heard that these data centers are being presented as a win-win for everyone, that they will generate $20 million apiece per year in tax revenue. I find that basically 99% nigh impossible to believe. I cannot understand how that those numbers have been arrived at. I'd like to know. And I find that just hard to believe, as I said. I think that we need to put the brakes on the development of these data centers. I know there are 3 in the planning stages that probably are beyond stopping, but I think that we need to adopt a wait and see attitude. People don't want these near their homes. As I understand, the height limit is extremely high, and I think that that's going to be a blight on our community. I don't think they should be more than about 3 stories high, if that. They are large facilities. I wonder what is going to happen when those facilities become obsolete, as they eventually will. And we are stuck with these enormous buildings that may or may not be suited for anything else. I think that to contemplate 7 to 9 of these data centers using, one of them is 1 million square feet. I think that was mentioned in some of the research I did. 1 million square feet. The amount of electricity and water and maintenance and just space that these take up is very, very concerning to me. And I see everywhere, all over the county, no data centers. There are a lot of people that don't want this. And I think that it is very important to consider those opinions and to take a wait and see approach and see how successful these data centers are before we go ahead turning Caroline County into one big, huge, massive building housing computers. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else like to speak?
Good evening, Board. I'm Todd Beasley. I'm from Bowling Green District. I'm the current chief at Sparta Volunteer Fire Department. Had all intentions of coming up here tonight and thanking y'all for the new station, but the comments from the last board meeting were very disturbing. A clubhouse, really? Our community looks at that firehouse as a beacon of hope. That's what that firehouse is. That firehouse builds men. It's not a clubhouse. And we do not appreciate that comment. And then on top of that, to disparage the whole 911 system was uncalled for. That's not what Caroline County is about. Caroline County is proud. I've lived here my whole life. We have a proud county here. We deserve better. Those comments were out. And none of you on the board spoke up except Supervisor Seeley. When Mr. Black said those comments, what message does that send to us as the volunteers? Nobody defended us. Thank you, Mr. Seeley. You had enough to stand up and support us. So I'm very upset. I understand, Mr. Black, you apologized earlier, but we're not a clubhouse. So not sure how we move forward with this, but there's been a lot of feelings hurt. My whole department's here tonight. We're staffed. I had 10 people staffing for the county. So I just thank you for the time listening to me, and just hope that we can move on from this and make it a learning opportunity. You know, let's not hinder us. Let's help us. Let's solve the problem. We know we have staffing problems. We know that. That's not just a county problem. That's a worldwide problem with volunteers. So appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Members of the board, gathered citizens, good evening. I'd like to emphasize again the comments of the first speaker about just the impact of these data centers will have on our county. The economic impact will be something that we'll experience for decades, and also just the whole quality of life issue that we're changing the rural flavor of our county. So in that regard, I think more information is important. There's been NDAs that were executed. I think in all fairness, the county should ask all parties involved to release from NDA agreements so that we know exactly what elements of our future have been mortgaged, what the impact for our children and grandchildren will be, and what set a course that makes sense to all of us in the county. And I would say that for some of these projects, it might not be a bad idea that part of the process or provision or application would specify some kind of performance bond at the end of 15 or 20 years when these buildings may be vacant, that there is some plan to reuse or demolish the buildings so they don't become an eyesore, don't become a center for vagrants or homeless or federal mass portation centers or whatever crazy use somebody can come up with, something that makes sense to the people of this county. That's all I'd like to say. Thank you very much.
Sir, before you go,
Yeah, I'll get
would
them.
you,
Yes, could you just tell me your name and your?
Sure. My name's Mark Sandor. I'm in West Mattapi District, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak?
Good evening, Chairman. Good evening, Chairman Black and Honorable Board of Supervisors. I am Susan Seeley from the Bowling Green District. No one asked me to come tonight, but I am now headed for 70 years of age, and I realize I am part of a rapidly disappearing group who know the value of the volunteers who built the Caroline County EMS system. My grandfather, Fitchie Thornton, was a charter member of the Bowling Green Volunteer Fire Department and instrumental in the construction of their very first cinder block building on Butler Street. I have heard my grandfather many times in the middle of a cold winter night roll out of bed to fight a house fire. When the town burned in 1956, there is a well-known picture, which was picked up by all the newspapers on the front page of a man in a white shirt and dark pants dragging a hose with a huge building to his left engulfed in flames. That's my grandfather in his Sunday church clothes fighting the fire on Milford Street on Easter Sunday morning in 1956. Over the years, my family was lucky enough to have only a few minor scrapes with fires in our chimney and in the woods near our home. But Bowling Green Fire and Rescue was there for us, and especially when all my loved ones, mom, dad, grandparents, were in long, protracted illnesses. Bobby Ketterman would come through my front door, patting me on the shoulder and telling me it's going to be all right. Because when volunteers age out and change over the years, the one thing that does not change is their hearts for the people they take care of. During Jeff's first term in office, I got to know the Sparta Volunteer Fire Department and was blown away by the spirit and courage of these fiercely independent country people who take care of one another in any crisis. I have witnessed during and after some of the worst storms our county has seen volunteers like Hilton Williams, Doug Terry, and so many others out in the storms, clearing the roads, going into houses to make sure everyone is okay. I know firsthand the lives and property that has been saved. One in particular always stays in my mind of a woman who was run over by a tractor, whose life was saved by Teresa Pitts. I have never seen a group of people do so much with so few resources. These volunteers have shown up in countless ways to ensure the safety of the community. Watching that station flood time and time and time again, we have all lived in hope, sharing a dream for a new facility for almost 20 years.
Could you give us a little bit more time, please?
So yes, I know, I'll wrap it up. The county is big, the 11th largest in Virginia with miles and miles between our communities. So emergency services is not an easy problem to solve. Due to our sheer size, it is an issue we just have to keep working on. I know too, we country and small town people are far removed from the I-95 corridor and the new subdivisions in Western Carolina. But we are no less deserving of workable, decent facilities as they are. In the past, our previous Board of Supervisors governed Caroline as if they were separate communities, and I had hoped going forward that this had been left in the past. Let's purpose to leave it in the past, and in particular, for our chairman to reach out and get to know other communities, and in doing so and knowing the people of your county, it may change your heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Good evening, Julia Yandura, Mattaponi. Tonight, I want to talk about accountability a little bit. I started coming to these meetings 6 months ago when Dominion Energy hosted their first meeting about new transmission lines. At the time, I asked, why are there new transmission lines? And they said, oh, because of the data center. I asked, well, why can they run them all over the place? The data center says, well, we have nothing to do with that. When I met with Clean Arc, I asked, you are the customer. You are running these transmission lines. You are not paying for them. Residents are paying for them. They said, that's Dominion Energy's thing. That's not our thing. That's not our problem. Even when we ask, you're the only customer. Well, that's unfortunate that it runs through the properties of residents. The most recent update that they sent out to residents this past week shows that their 600 megawatt station cannot be supplied by the transmission line going along I-95, and all routes have been eliminated except for the ones that go through rural preservation property. Clean Arc says that's not our problem. Dominion Energy says by law we have to supply the power. The only control that anyone has is here. The decision that was made by our county dating back to November of 2023 allowed this to happen. Our zoning says that's when it went into effect. It's been less than a year and we have 9 data center projects. Every single project has the opportunity for this to happen. Is this the orderly growth that we planned? That's what it states in the PERT. Orderly growth. Did we want transmission lines going through personal residence properties? Going through all of our rural preservation property? We don't have the opportunity to look at it today because of how we currently have set things up. The only level of accountability because of state laws is with our county today. Because power company has to supply it by law. We've stated that our residents are uninformed, that we don't know what we're talking about with the data centers. I understand it's not about water. The problem here is power. 600 megawatts for the Clean Arc data center, 300 megawatts in Carmel Church. I do not know how big the Mattamead one is, but based off of the size, I wouldn't be surprised if it's also 600 megawatts. This is a huge amount of power, and we should consider, do we want this amount of growth? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Ladies and gentlemen, if we could hold the applause, yes, thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Black, members of the board. Like the last speaker, I've been coming to these meetings for quite some
State your
time.
name, Mr. Collins.
Kevin Collins, Reedy Church District. I've been coming to these meetings for well over 2 years now, consistently. I'd say I've been to 95% of the board meetings. Unfortunately, for some of the new people that are in the crowd that might not have been at meetings before, there is a common theme among several of the board members that sit in front of me, and it's you've lost sight of what Caroline County wants and what Caroline County needs. I hear a lot of individual opinions, and this is how I think it should be. That's not what you were elected for. We didn't elect you for your opinions. We elected you to represent our opinions. I have heard name calling. Gentlemen this evening put a nail on that one when a fire station was referred to as a clubhouse. There have been members that have outright called constituents liars, right to their faces with no proof whatsoever. There have been members who have lied outright straight to our faces about power lines that aren't here because of data centers. It's just a general upgrade. I have it in writing. I have it in emails. Heck, probably have it in text messages between the members of the board sitting here. We don't know because everything's been done in the dark. Everybody wants to come out for a public pat on the back or a new opening of a Wawa. But when we want real answers about data centers and what's coming to our community, nothing. Barely any meetings. Prior to making any sort of a stink about any of this, no one held meetings about anything. And now we're seeing some members actually have constituent meetings. I'm not sure what they're talking about because It seems to me that they only want to focus on what they think is important, not what the county thinks is important. Just a side note with fire and rescue here, they do a lot of fundraising. Everyone knows that in this county. They pay for a lot of their apparatus, training, and things like that with fundraising. How many of the pickleball players in the county did any fundraising for that $1 million worth of pickleball and a couple new tennis courts for our students? But I didn't see anybody go around to the pickleball club and see if they wanted to donate any money or time to put that court in. No, we just voted and gave the tax dollars right to them, and it was done. So let's start focusing this county on things that matter, like the people that protect it, the people that serve it, and the people that live here, not just your opinions. Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could hold the applause, appreciate it. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding anything?
My name is Mary Hodge, Bowling Green District. Bravo to everyone who's spoken here tonight. Greetings, Caroline Board, Chairman. As you know, I am passionate about keeping our lands clear of solar development. And as you might not know, I'm a grandmother now and pledges life and gratitude always to you keeping Caroline solar free. The solar lobbyists are coming back this year with legislation again to create a state siting board to review solar applications that have been denied by local governing boards and basically rubber stamp approvals and take away mine and your democratic rights. I've attended many meetings recently, including Senator Marsden's Clean Energy Summit, and as well as the Commission on Electric Utility Regulation, and spoke during public comments on November 26th, representing myself as a citizen, farmer, and landowner in Caroline County. And I would like you to hear my
I don't know why that cut off.
Hello. Oh. And I would like you to hear my testimony in support of VACOS, Farm Bureau, the Virginia Forestry Association, the Virginia Cattlemen's Association, and many other private citizen groups on opposing this upcoming legislation in 2025 and urge this board to proactively take this same position. Here's what I said. I introduced myself. It appears quite obvious that the function of this committee is to not only usurp local authority from siting solar, but also to usurp my democratic rights as a citizen of this Commonwealth, as well as those of the local officials I elected to represent me. The only misinformation coming before county boards is from the solar developers themselves. It is the local community who are directly impacted, who are presenting the real and stark facts about solar. Hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of sediment and stormwater violations, utter inefficiency of electricity production, pollution of our water table, illegal disposal of hazardous material, to name a few. We are the ones who need to have a say in the matter, not a state-appointed siting board formed under greed-driven pressure of the solar developers and their lobbyists who are stacking the deck in their favor. The solar developers are running in reactive mode because rural boards have seen now the damage it has wrought upon our communities, and they're saying no. They have listened to we citizens and have performed their due diligence. We have data that proves this unregulated industry is totally inadequate at supplying power needs, with many facilities operating at less than 2% of their nameplate capacity. I would go on, but I know my time is lost, but there are solar lobbyists that are making a lot of
Just go ahead and wrap it up.
misleading statements, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak regarding anything? Is there anyone else who would like to speak that is not on, I guess, agenda item number 7? Hearing that, I will declare the public comment period closed. Okay, I would like to just briefly say something before I'm going to take the honor of chair to do that. I apologized the night of the meeting. I want to talk to the volunteers. It was a heated discussion between Mr. Seeley and I. I meant no harm, and I know it came across that way, of the importance of our volunteers in our community. I completely understand that I'm a public servant myself in a different way as a teacher. So I do hope you accept my apology. I would like to speak to the members who said they would like to talk to me about how we do get call volume up in an area. And the context, which I think is very important in that discussion, was we were having a discussion about fields for the kids. So the context of that discussion was actually a financial discussion about do we have the money to be able to afford turf fields for our children in our community? Okay, so that is it, and I will gladly, my phone number is on the website, my email, I will gladly talk to any of you and reach out to me. That's fine, I'll come visit or do whatever. So with that, I will declare that we will have a recess for about 10 to 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Okay. Yeah, we'll close it. All right. Thank you. Okay, we're just missing Mr. Thomas. All right, we're gonna go ahead. I guess Mr. Thomas is coming back. We're gonna go ahead and we are in public hearings now. So I'm gonna go ahead to agenda item number 4. We'll come out of the recess, and we're gonna go to agenda item number 4, which is the public hearing. The proposed economic growth sharing agreement between Caroline County, Virginia, and Spotsylvania County relating to the construction, development, and operation of a data center facility in the area of Caroline and Spotsylvania at their shared border known as the Matamine Tech Campus. Who is in charge of, who will be taking this from staff?
I'm in charge of it.
Okay.
Okay, so agenda item number 4. This came to you earlier. This is for the economic growth sharing agreement between Caroline County and Spotsylvania County. The purpose of this public hearing is now for the consideration of that agreement. The controlling statutes require you to have a public hearing on this agreement before you can vote on it. By way of a little history, just going back, you have already seen this agreement in draft form. It came before you in the resolution that referred this to the Commission on Local Government. Commission on Local Government is a part of DHCD, and it is set up, it does many different things, but in this context, it reviews these types of economic growth tax sharing agreements between localities and issues fact-finding reports. And we needed to obtain that fact-finding report before you can have the public hearing on it, so that it's public and made available so that people can consider it, and that you can consider it before you vote on the agreement. That report was issued by the commission, and it was favorable in support of the agreement. It is included in your packet. One thing to note, I mean, really kind of high level, under the economic growth sharing agreement, I mean, the elevator summary of it is that there is the Matamine Tech Campus is an Amazon Data Services data center campus. It straddles the border of Caroline County and Spotsylvania County. The vast majority of the land is in Caroline County, but the Caroline does not have the reuse water, the facilities to deliver the reuse water needed for the tech campus. Spotsylvania County is going to deliver that reuse water in exchange for delivering the water, which is necessary for the facility. Caroline County and Spotsylvania County are going to share all of the taxes generated by that campus in the percentages included in your packet. 57.5% going to Caroline, 42.5% going to Spotsylvania. The agreement, again, was presented to the Commission on Local Government. A hearing was held before the Commission on Local Government. They issued a favorable report. I do have one minor change that I want to bring to your attention. During this process, the Economic Growth Sharing Agreement and notice of the Commission meeting was circulated to every jurisdiction that touches on Caroline County or Spotsylvania County that we have economic agreements with, to solicit any input from any of them. We got no input, but one issue that did come up as we were discussing that between the counties is to ensure that in the unlikely event there's a judicially mandated refund, right? So at some point in the future, a court orders that something on the Matamine Tech Campus was overtaxed and a refund must be issued. We wanted to clarify in the Economic Growth Sharing Agreement that refund would be shared by the counties in the same percentage that they share taxes. I think that's implied in the agreement, but we wanted to state it expressly. So you'll see in your packet there's a red line version, including that one change that's been agreed to by both counties, and the Commission on Local Government has indicated that this change would not require any additional review from their end. So you need to conduct a public hearing this evening, and then to take action on this, the action item would be deciding whether or not to adopt the enclosed resolution that states that you, based on everything that I just recited, you are either approving or not approving the economic growth sharing agreement with that one red line change. And the one last thing I'll add is that Spotsylvania County, to my knowledge, is currently doing the same thing at their board meeting this evening.
Thank you. Does a board member have any comments before I open the public hearing? All right, hearing none, I will go ahead and open public hearing on the proposed economic growth sharing agreement between Caroline County and Spotsylvania County on the data facility known as Mattamead Tech Campus. Anyone who would like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone who would like to speak regarding this matter? One more time, is there anyone who would like to speak regarding this matter? Hearing this matter, they're seeing that no one is coming down, I'll declare the public hearing closed. Board members, what would we like to do?
I have a couple questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
To our attorney. There are several speculations at the General Assembly and other places around the state that they may actually make data centers non-taxable, given the fact that we already rebate 60% and 40% is what we actually collect. So if this were to go to zero, it would be zero for both. That was going to be my question until I saw your amendment. That means that we would both equally get zero. We wouldn't be paying them 42.7%.
Correct. The economic growth sharing agreement simply states that the counties split the local taxes generated by this tech campus in those percentages. If it generates zero tax dollars, the split would be zero to both sides. Now, there's the local that, I think what you're talking about are different types of taxes. There's M&T taxes, there's real estate taxes, and I don't know what the General Assembly is going to do with those, if anything. But if any of those come down, it just means there's less to split among the two counties via those percentages.
And it is all taxes.
It is all taxes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Is there anyone else have any questions?
You go back to the red line, Chris, in the agreement.
Yes, sir.
I didn't see that. What page is that on, Chris?
Then there's a lot. It's on page 5 of the red line version.
Okay.
I can just read it if you'd like.
Would you read it to me?
Sure. So what it says is, in the event any of the local taxes, and that's what Mr. Seeley was just discussing,
Right.
all the taxes, are refunded as required by law, including pursuant to code section 58.13987, and then it lists a couple different code sections that deal with these types of judicially mandated refunds. Conditioned upon the assessing party, which is required to refund or having refunded, not being in breach of this agreement, including but not limited to the commitment to fully collect and defend any and all local taxes as set forth in section 8 herein, comma, the counties will bear liability for the same in accordance with the percentages stated in section 3, and that's the section that says 57.5 to Caroline, 42.5 to Spotsylvania.
Right, I saw that. Okay.
And so what that's saying here is, assuming that both parties fully attempt to collect the taxes and they're forced to rebate them or refund them, that's done via the percentages. Yes, sir.
Correct. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there anyone else who has any?
I have one question.
Yes, Mr. Thomas.
And Mr. McKenzie, I'm not sure you can answer this, but in table 1, we have projected real and property tax revenues.
And that's in the commission's report? Probably. It's in the, I'll go to
the
it.
beginning of that, but it's
Yes.
page
Well,
4. Yeah.
page 4. I assume it's
just the chart which has projected revenue.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of discovered something recently. These numbers are all in 2024 dollar values, which doesn't take into effect inflation or anything like that. So I don't know if you did this or
Uh,
Amazon did this, but I'd like to see one chart that actually takes into effect what inflation is.
Yeah, and I think these charts that were submitted to the commission for report focuses on the next 10 years. And because I think the full charts forecasting out for 40, 50 years got pretty long. But I know that the county's financial advisor, Davenport, worked with Spotsylvania County's financial advisor, PTM, P something. And they came up with these numbers, and I do believe that these are kind of the summarized versions for the report, and certainly get you the more detailed, math that they did in the longer reports.
Yeah, that's really what I'd like to see. And I don't have to see it now, but the reality is $1 million now in 10 years at inflation of 2.5%, 3% gives you the spending power of 750,000. So, I mean, the numbers are large, but 20 million may really be 15 million. And that's, I think somebody said it's impossible to get to those numbers, and it may be impossible to get to them in real spending power dollars. So that's what I wanted to see, and I hope we can see it the next time we look at one.
We'll make a note of that.
Thank you. That was it.
Does anyone else have any questions?
I'm listening to it, and I understand that the real buying power, but at the same time, the buying power goes down, but inflation makes the item value go up.
And that's probably the other part. The real estate value may or may not go up at the same rate of inflation.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's something I mean, you can put together any sort of numbers projected, but I can tell you 10 years ago, $1 million bought a lot more than it does now. And that's the reality, because, in year 10, I could build half a school according to this number, but that's not really the real number that's going to be in 10 years. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. So how does the board wish to proceed? I'll take a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion to approve and
That's the
Blue
motion
line
to
or red line.
adopt the resolution.
Adopt the resolution.
That approves the agreement.
Right, the
And
gross
it-
sharing agreement with
Yep.
Spotsylvania, Virginia for
My
the math.
motion is to adopt the resolution.
So we have a motion by, I guess, Mr. Thomas, and then second by Mrs. Long. All right, any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries unanimously, 6-0. Okay, so we move on to the next one. Special exception 07-2024 Industrial Drive. This is right here for motor vehicle. Okay, so who is taking this one? Go for it.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. As noted, this is special exception 07-2024. The applicant is requesting approval of a special exception permit for a motor vehicle body and painting shop pursuant to Article 10, Section 3.13 of the Caroline County Zoning Ordinance. The subject property, which is tax parcel 56A14, is located at the intersection of Industrial Drive and Aspen Road. The property is bounded to the north by 2 propane distribution facilities and a vacant industrial parcel to the east. The CSX Railroad is located directly across Industrial Drive to the west, and a truck terminal located directly across Aspen Road to the south. The property is currently developed with 4 existing buildings, a 4,000 square foot office building, 2 garages, and a mobile structure. The applicant desires to operate a body and painting shop within the 2 existing garages on the property, which are at the rear. The property was previously utilized as a legal non-conforming use for RV repair. The RV repairs ceased use in 2022. The 2 garages to be used for the bodywork and painting shop are located to the rear of the building that's at the front of the property and currently permitted as a landscaping contractor's office. The mobile structure located at the rear of the property may be used as an office for the body shop. The structure located on the industrial drive frontage of the property is currently permitted as a contractor storage and sales facility by a landscaping company. The structure will be used as an office, and the fenced area will be used for storage once the company occupies the building. The proposed use will involve repairing vehicle body damage from accidents for insurance companies, private auto body repair for dents and scratches, and body work and painting for vehicle restoration. There will be no mechanical repair of vehicles on the property. Should the applicant wish to conduct mechanical repair of vehicles, a separate special exception for minor auto repair would be required. The applicant may construct a new building for the body and painting shop in the future, in which case the landscaping company would be allowed to expand into the existing garage for equipment storage. The comprehensive plan designates this area as light industrial. A body and painting shop is permitted in the M1 zoning district with a special exception permit. This use is consistent with the comprehensive plan designation. All agency comments that have been received by staff pertain to improvements that are needed to the structure as dictated by the proposed use. Should this special exception be approved, all agency comments will be addressed at the permitting phase of the project. The Planning Commission has reviewed this request, and at their meeting on October the 24th, they recommended approval by a vote of 6-0. Staff has offered the following conditions, which are included in the Planning Commission's recommendation, should the board choose to consider approval. The conditions include, number 1, the two which shall be recorded in the circuit court. Condition 2, all products used for painting or repair shall be stored and disposed of properly. Condition 3, all parts shall be stored within a fully enclosed structure. Condition 4, no vehicles used for parts may be stored on the property. Condition 5, no more than 12 vehicles awaiting repair or painting shall be on the property at one time. Condition 6, all vehicles shall be stored in a fenced area, which is at the rear of the shop and screened from Aspen Road. And then condition 7, no inoperable vehicles shall be stored on the property unless they are awaiting repair. So that's going to conclude staff's presentation. I'm happy to address questions you might have. The applicant has a representative present this evening as well.
Does anyone have any questions before I go ahead and?
I have one question. No storage of vehicles. What about tires, that type of thing? I realize this is paint and body work, so that's probably not much of a concern as far as other parts go. But do we need to cover ourselves by including that?
That issue didn't come up at the Planning Commission, but that would be appropriate for a condition should the board deem.
I mean, better to have it there and be safe than to have tires sitting around. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to, any other supervisor who wants to? Does the applicant want to speak before I open the public hearing?
Good evening. I'm Kevin Whiteman from the Bowling Green District.
We don't know you.
Don't know me. I'm representing
The public hearing is, are you representing?
I'm representing the applicant. Yes, sir. I've been working with them. The applicant has totally redone the structures there. I don't know if you all been by there when the RV place left, but everything's been cleaned up, fence installed, privacy fence for greenscapes, who's going to be out front. The back's cleaned up for the auto body, and the applicant has plans for a building for the auto body shop in the back, and the auto body shop will be run by Mr. Doug Sorrells, who's been doing auto body for 40 years. The applicant has always followed through on any project he's had in the county, and I think it'd be a fantastic facility. So if there's any questions, I'm here to answer.
I just have one for you. There was a letter in the packet about concerning the water from VDH or something like that, water, wastewater. What's that all about as far as, was there a concern with wastewater at all?
No, sir. We've done due diligence with the health department. We've had the wastewater study done and it's been approved. So
Okay,
I don't see where there'd be an issue.
okay. Does anyone have any questions before I go ahead? And thank you, Mr. Whitman. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. All right, I'm going to go ahead and open special exception 07/2024 at 16388 Industrial Drive for a, yes, basically light industrial office use, okay, in the Mattapan voting district. Public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who would like to speak regarding this? Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Good evening again, board members, Mark Sandor, West Mattapi. I think, or I'd like the applicant to address the disposal of hazardous waste materials, paints, freon, anything. It should not end up in the county landfill. It may be appropriate for some kind of private contract, or at least an acknowledgement that it's their responsibility to adequately and properly dispose of those materials.
Okay, thank you. Hold on, Mr. Whitman, I'll let you do a rebuttal here in a minute. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Is there anyone else who would like to speak regarding this matter?
Good evening, Chairman Black, members of the board, Kevin Collins, Reedy Church District. I know several of the employees for the company that'll be occupying one of these buildings. They are phenomenal. They do great work in the county. I've personally known one of the foremans for over 15 years. This is kind of a no-brainer to have this approved. Mr. Whiteman is obviously been in this county a very long time, and his opinion's highly sought after by a lot of people when it comes to the construction trades. So I'm all for this special exception. I just wanted to note, we're standing here going through a special exception for someone that wants to run a data or a body shop and a landscaping company. Yet we have a customer who just, I don't know, got approved for their 300 or 600 megawatts of power off of Ladysmith Road. 18-acre buildings, didn't have to do anything, didn't have to come in front of this board. All they had to do was fill out some paperwork and they got what they want. I think it's time we look at the special exceptions in this county and treat them as such. In the last 6 months, I've seen a man come before this board because he wanted.
Mr. Collins, is it pertaining to the special exception right now?
It is. It is. I'm giving reasons why we should revamp the special exceptions so gentlemen like this don't have to jump through hoops while we allow massive companies that don't live in this county to do nothing. So that is my point. It is connected to this public hearing. This public hearing is about a special exception from a resident who has given his time to this county, has provided several businesses and services. And again, we make them jump through hoops on special exceptions, come in front of the board, yet we don't do this for outside entities coming into Caroline. So I would just like to say I would hope you guys could approve this special exception just as the Planning Commission recommended. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak regarding this public hearing? Mr. Whiteman, did you want to address? Oh, yeah, well, hold on. Let me go ahead, and that's a good point. Let me go ahead. I'm going to go. Is there anyone else who would like to speak before I go ahead and close the public hearing? I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, special exception 07/2024. Mr. Whiteman.
Yes, sir. Addressing that gentleman's concern, that's one of the conditions that they will be in compliance with all federal, state, and local laws concerning paint, any hazardous materials. And that'll also be looked at when we get the change of occupancy permit by the building official and the fire official.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for Mr. White.
Okay, Mr. Forehand.
something like this, they would have to have a RECRA permit from the state, correct?
Well,
If they're disposing of paint materials and thinners and.
yeah, no, normally it's done by a third party like Safety Clean. And I'm not for sure what the end user is going to
So if they're
use.
going through
But Safety Clean comes in, cleans it up, takes it with them, and it's gone. No mess,
The
no
whole
hassle.
cradle to grave thing, they would have to have a permit.
Yes,
if
sir.
Safety Clean is touching.
Yes, sir.
So, okay, thank you.
All right, is there anyone else who would like to speak? All right, well, we've already closed the public hearing, so I don't know why I'm asking that. Board members, how do you wish to, you're last, okay. Mr. Underwood?
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion that we approve, special exception 07. Oh, yes, Mr.
Does
Oh,
anyone, I was going down the
I
line.
have no further questions.
Really? Mrs.
Sorry
Long?
about that.
My only question, and I'll direct this, is do I need to worry about putting no stored scrap parts or tires on this property, or are they gonna keep it clean? Just give me a thumbs up and thumbs down.
Yes, ma'am. It'll be spotless.
All right. I know
Mr.
where you live.
Mr. Forehand?
Questions?
I've asked my question. I was just trying to look if there's an easy way just to add and tires to the, no, I mean, a simple addition to the.
On the conditions.
On the conditions.
I would put it on 4, no vehicle used for parts or tires may be stored on the property. That's where I would put it.
Yep, that's a simple addition to.
You okay with that, Mr.?
Mr. Whiteman, do you have a problem with the addition of no tires
No,
on
sir,
one of the
we don't.
conditions?
Thank you.
That'd be fine.
Thank you.
We'll make that part of the motion when we make it after the finished question.
Yes, sir.
They would be completed as no vehicles used for parts or tires may be stored on the property.
Or yeah, just no tires stored on the lot. We're good with that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else who has any other questions for Mr. Thomas?
You ready?
The floor is yours, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. I appreciate that. I'd spoken to Mr. Watts about this property a couple of months ago, and I went by to see it a couple of months ago. He didn't know that I also went by to see it last week, and he has made leaps and bounds in the appearance of that property. And this is, for those who don't know, this was an old industrial area where we had a ladder plant. We had a lot of things that were not necessarily good for the environment in this area, but most of those are gone now. And this is exactly where this location should be. So I would make a motion that we approve special exception 07-2024 with the additional conditions that no tires would be stored on the site. And that's the motion. Second. Thank you, sir.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We're gonna go on to.
I want to know why his young attorney that's sitting next to Mr. Watts didn't represent him tonight, since he was talking about, tires, and he was paying attention. I figured he would represent you.
That's the next generation.
Yeah. All right, the next special exception 04-2024, Mr. Orloff, and to approve an amendment, or request an amendment to the approved special exception permit in accordance with Article, Article 17, Section 13, standards for special use permits and rural preservation. Go ahead, Mr. Hughes.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. As you know, this is a request for an amendment to the Barnes and Mattaponi special exception. The amendment is to amend the conditions of the previously approved special exception, as well as increase the area of the special exception use. So the subject property contains 125 acres and is bordered by the Mattaponi Springs Golf Course to the northwest and residential properties on the remaining borders. This is an image of the entirety of the property located on Panola Road. This exhibit is from the original SEP that was issued in September of 2020. The board approved SPX 06-2019 for a special events facility with an event barn, tent area, and parking. In March of 2022, the board approved SPX 18-2021, which repealed and replaced the previous special exception, expanding the area for the special events facility to 6.2 acres, which also added a second event barn, 2 bathhouses, an event preparation area um, listed as a carriage house, and a single family dwelling at the time was under construction and has since been completed. It is not a part of the special exception request. So this is the exhibit indicating the expanded area for the SEP going from 6.2 acres to 25 acres. One thing I would note, the commission recommended a condition that would require a 175-foot setback on the property, and you'll see that in an upcoming slide. So this is a GDP kind of representing the existing improvements on the property. As you can see, the bathhouse, the carriage house, the parking area, which would be in the rear. And I should note that that parking area and most of the facilities are only visible by rooftops or because of the change in elevation from Panola Road up to the site there. The red dashed line at the bottom here indicates what would be the limits of the special exception as recommended by the Planning Commission. That distance from the parcel boundary of here represents 175 feet, as you can see, it's identified right there. So that represents the area that the commission recommended that they be set back, mainly for safety purposes, so that if there were any events on the property that utilize that field area, there'd be sufficient area from the road. This map was created to identify the adjacent structures and the proximity to the facility. The closest residential structure is approximately 688 feet from the closest event barn. The closest residential structures from the northernmost event barn is approximately 1,569 feet. And the residential structure to the north to the lake is approximately 2,000 feet from the barn. And that is this structure here, which is not identified with a leader. So the comprehensive plan designates this area as agricultural preservation. Rural preservation is the predominant zoning designation in the area. The current average daily traffic count on Panola Road is 523 vehicles. Between 2013 and 2019, there were 14 accidents on Panola Road prior to the issuance of the SE. And between 2019 to 2024, there were 13 accidents on Panola Road. None involving alcohol, and one driving under the influence was issued, but it was not the result of an accident. VDOT comments were that a commercial entrance should be installed, and indeed the entrance to the facility does meet the commercial entrance standards. The applicant has applied for a drain field modification permit with the Virginia Health Department for the existing drain fields, and the VDH has been notified that any open to the public events held at the facility would require portable bathroom facilities, and that the existing bathrooms would need to be closed off during those events. The applicant has requested changes to the existing conditions of the approved special events facility. The applicant's requests are shown in red, while staff's comments are shown in blue. The black text represents the existing conditions that are to remain. In conditions 1 through 3, there are no changes. Condition 4 currently reads, all noise, sound shall comply with Chapter 68 of the Caroline County Code, including the maximum DBA limits established for the Rural Preservation Zoning District. Should not be exceeded. Staff suggested that this condition remain. As you can see, the applicant had suggested a change there, but staff recommends that the requirement for compliance with the 68 decibels stay in place. There were no changes requested to condition number 5. Condition 6, staff supports removal of this condition as festivals and ticket events are governed now by the special events ordinance of chapter 49 in the code. Condition 7, there was no change. Condition 8, staff supports removal of this condition, and it has not been included with recent special event facilities that have come through the process. In number 9, the applicant is requesting that they be able to operate 1 hour earlier than the previous approval allowed them, so starting at 9 o'clock versus 8 o'clock a.m. No change to condition 10. Condition 11, staff supports removal of this condition as it is also can be governed by the special events ordinance and is something that is not really an issue and is more of a enforcement issue than it's really worth. Condition 12 reads, any exterior lighting used to illuminate the event facility shall be downsourced and shielded with the 5-foot candles at the venue boundary. Staff suggested this condition remain as it is a requirement of other sections of the ordinance for commercially zoned properties to keep the lighting source shielded and downward facing. Also, this requirement would help maintain rural character and limit light pollution in the area.
Mr. Hughes,
Yes.
you know the basis of 12? You know why they're asking for that?
The lighting?
Yeah.
I don't.
Because I'm wondering if they're reading this that this prevents them from bringing a temporary light plant to illuminate their parking area when they have a night event.
Sure. And it wouldn't, because most of those temporary facilities now have shields that can be placed on them to focus the light downward.
Yeah, but that the intent of that was for any permanent installed lighting.
Sure, but I mean, from our perspective, to limit the impact on the adjoining properties and surrounding neighbors, we would also want to have
temporary to be as well.
Right.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
13.
So no, thank you. So no changes to 13 and 14. Number 15, the holder of the permit shall ensure that all licenses are obtained for the ABC from the ABC board. We suggested that condition stay. And 16, the applicant is requesting an increase in the total events from 70 to 150 in a 12-month period. We find that acceptable. In the prior recently passed SEs or special events permit, 150 has been an acceptable number. And 17, the condition limiting to weddings to Thursday through Sunday, staff is supportive of removal of that condition as well. And in 18, there was no change to that proposed condition. In 19, there was a change to the maximum number of guests that would be permitted on the facility. And so staff is acceptable because now the public events ordinance sets that requirement for additional standards at 300 people. So staff is okay with the increase in the number, especially given the size of the facility. Can certainly accommodate, an event of 300 people. No change to 20. And 21, the staff is okay with removal of that because this is an amendment to the existing conditions, and so the facilities are existing, and so we essentially know where things are. 22, no change. And then 23, as I noted earlier, the entrance has been improved. Staff was okay with amending on condition 24 because this special use permit has been in place for a while and has gone through a couple of reviews already. And 25, staff is supportive of removal of this condition as well because chapter 49 has language that does allow multiple events on a property or an event at one time. So no need for a prohibition there. And then 26, the applicant shall apply for a noise and vibration study to be completed and submitted to Caroline prior to any event using outdoor amplified sound. So that comes from Chapter 49, which requires outdoor events to provide a sound study before they are commenced. And then condition number 27, which I spoke about earlier, which was the 175-foot setback from Panola Road, which was the recommendation of the Planning Commission. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and the applicant is present as well.
Can I ask you to go back to number 3, please?
Sure.
I'm sorry, I should have asked you while you were there. But number 3 was amplified noise and sound shall be limited to the barn or venue area. The venue area is not in the front, is it?
There is some area that is in the front, yes, sir. So if we go back,
Yeah, that 175 feet
the 100
behind that is considered venue area.
yes, sir. So from the red line
Back to the
south,
barns up the hill.
correct, yeah.
And they can use that under all circumstances without any additional help or any additional, permissions.
Unless they were to have an outdoor music event, then they would have to prepare a sound study.
Oh, so you could have literally a wedding in that area, but you can't have a concert in that area. But you could have a concert if you if you did the study and applied for a permit based on the study.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Mrs. Long.
Yes, so that sort of zones in on one of my questions. Because I noticed in that front part, Mr. Orloff has a stage center there. So I assume the stage is planned for entertainment, which will use amplification. Most likely in the future, there'll be some events. Is it possible there is one house that is relatively close? Can we put a condition, if it's not that the speakers for any amplified sound need to go toward the back of the property and not point it toward the one house that is 700 feet away?
So
Considering some of these events go to 11 and 12 o'clock at night and people have to work.
So would you would want the sound to be focused towards internal toward the property rather than external? Because all the houses, the closest house is like 600 and some odd feet,
Right.
and it's
Mr.
generally in this
Williams's
area.
house.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all. I mean, I wouldn't think it would make a big issue, but if Mr. Orloff doesn't, I just want to look to the future. And if I was living in that house, I would be a lot more comfortable knowing that the sound was going away from me. So that was one thing, if that's not an issue. The other thing is I was concerned, why are we doing overnight parking?
So there are a number of reasons. You could have an event there and someone has had too much to drink and they needed to stay on the property. And in the prior condition, they were not allowed to stay on the property. I mean, that's the most basic reason. The other thing, if they had some overnight accommodations now, then they would allow some overnight accommodations. Where the prior condition did not allow overnight accommodations because they couldn't park
But
there.
we're not talking long-term camping or anything like that, because this is too classy a place for that, so we don't want to do that. And if I am putting decisions in your, I see you back there, Ms. Orloff, just tell me if I'm wrong, but I would assume that's, Mr. Hughes is right. It's just in case someone can't drive that you are free to allow them to sleep in their car at night, which would be great.
And there's one other scenario that pops to mind if someone is driving a motorhome
They could sleep.
and they're pulling a trailer because they're bringing some sort of event to a barn. That's very common for them to sleep with their stuff.
Yeah.
In the motorhome that's pulling the trailer, or a band or a show that could be filming there, which has already happened. So there are a lot of
None of that parking is seen from the street or neighbors.
Right, I'm not worried about that. I was just wondering what the long-term event was. And the other, why on number 6, I was just curious as to why we're crossing out weddings, receptions, birthday parties. Is that all going to be covered under festivals?
Well, under, with that condition there, that's all they would technically be able to do. So this allows them to do more than that. If they wanted to have the local dog club wanted to have an event there and have a dog show, they could have a dog show. So it opens the venue up to do more than just receptions, birthday parties, and anniversary
Right.
parties.
It's just you had those crossed through. So I just wanted to make clear that since he has beautiful weddings there, that we're not crossing out those things. They are going to be included under the festival and special event code, correct?
Right.
Okay, just double checking, making sure everything's fine.
I've just got one question, and then I'll on number 15. Why would they want to cross that out? Like, I mean, it just seems to me that needs to stay. The alcohol, as far as the licenses.
They are suggesting that it stays.
Yeah, we're suggesting
Staff
that.
is suggesting,
Yes.
but I'm just wondering why the applicant had crossed out the red areas, correct?
They did.
Yes, and so, all right. Okay, that's gonna be kind of a must for me. All right. Okay, does the applicant want to speak before?
Sadler, these keep blinking. I don't know,
Mr. Orloff, did you want to speak before I go ahead and open the public hearing?
Good evening, board members.
Good evening, good to see you.
First of all, I think to ease everybody's concerns, we would agree to everything that's come up, including everything that staff has suggested. We don't have any problems with any of those conditions. I think the one thing that I would like to just put in context, and I think it's already been mentioned by staff, all we're really doing here for the most part, is getting the same rights that other barn venues got, just to put everybody on the same playing field. The number of events, the number of people, etc. And I know when these were given to Magnolia Fields, at least at the planning commission level, but I think even at the board level, the concept of even playing fields came up so that all of us are competing to the same standard. And so we're not asking for much more than that. And of course, I'll entertain any questions that you may have.
Anyone have any questions, the applicant?
I just wanted to state, well, I wasn't, as far as the neighbor goes, I feel like you would be a good neighbor and do that anyhow, but I just would like to have that on there, that the speakers would be turned towards your property and not outwards or toward
Yeah,
Mr. Williams' property.
we would have no problem with that. Plus, anytime, even when we've got music within the barns, we have staff go down to near Panola Road to check decibel levels to make sure we're not exceeding anything in the code.
Great, wonderful,
And we
thank you.
have no problem keeping that section of the code in the conditions.
All right, wonderful, thank you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and now that no one has any other questions, Mr. Orloff, before. All right, I'm going to go ahead and open special exception 04-2024, Mr. Orloff, for the special exception to expand his special events facility from 6.2 acres to 24.5 acres. Okay, I will go ahead and open the public hearing. Is there anyone who would like to speak regarding this matter?
Hi, good evening. Thank you for having us. My name is Tammy Anderson, and I am part of Western Caroline. I support this amendment not only as a Caroline County resident, but as someone that works for the barns as the director of events. Our team runs a tight ship and keeps within the guidelines for holding events, as many of you here have been to our location and know. The expansion that the Orloffs have asked for is what other venues in the county have been given as well. And that's really all we want, as he said, is a really level playing field. Is very helpful. hope that you vote to support this amendment for this small business who supports the community, the school system, and other area businesses in such a positive way. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak regarding this matter?
Yes, good evening, Chairman Black and the Board of Supervisors. It's always a pleasure to come and speak to you. I'm in the Port Royal District. Miss Nancy Long is my representative. Thank you. I would like to come and support the request that Mr. Orloff is making. And my reason for that is I remember some years ago when Mr. Orloff came before the board and he wanted to do his golf course. And his golf course is a premier golf course, not just in Caroline County, but across the state. And when folks start talking about golf courses, Mattaponi Springs is certainly one of those golf courses that's a part of that conversation. Not only is his golf course a premier golf course, he's a man of honor and dignity. He's a businessman, and he has helped Caroline County, and Caroline County has helped him. So I would ask that you would act favorably on his request based on what he has done and what he will do and the type of person he has shown himself to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak regarding this matter?
I'm back. Kevin Whiteman, Bowling Green District. I'm in support of this change for Mr. Orloff. We're coming up on the 20th year of Mattaponi Springs Golf Course. Over those years, we've had absolutely no problems. Mr. Orloff gives back to the community. Scotty and I run the Humane Society. Every year he hosts the casino night as our fundraiser to help citizens in Caroline County with vet bills and animal food, and Mr. Orloff gives it to us free of charge. He comes down, shares time at the event, and we've had no issues. We've heard traffic and all this, and the sky's going to fall, and in 20 years we've had nothing. And Mr. Orloff is truly a man of his word, and if he agrees to something, he's going to uphold it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone else who would like to speak regarding?
That's somebody coming.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Tony Glassford. I am not a resident of Caroline County. I live in Spotsylvania County. I'm only here to support approval. I am a user or a former customer, if you will, of the Mattaponi Springs barn. My daughter got married there earlier this year, and an exceptional facility, exceptional staff. And as I listened to what was just read, a lot of that information, almost all of it was covered during our contract to have that wedding performed. So again, as a user, only as a user, I do recommend approval. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
It is a rain jacket you're wearing. I said that is a rain jacket you're wearing, a golfer rain jacket.
Yeah.
Scott Mosier, Bowling Green District. I'm here to support Mr. Orloff's proposal. Mr. Orloff's traffic numbers that were on the screen earlier, I did research on that some time ago, and none of them we can relate back to his facility. So they've been a great community partner, and I think they'll continue to do so as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I am Sarah Calverick, the Superintendent of Caroline County Public Schools, and a fond partner in education to Mattaponi Barns and Golf Course. They have served schools beautifully, not only serving as event hosts, but also as partners in the Caroline Education Foundation. They're investing in our schools by developing golf programs. And so their reach is deep and it's wide, and it is far beyond what you see when you look at their website. They want to be connected to students and the community and families. And so I'm grateful for that as a superintendent, and I do recommend support of this request.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter?
Good evening. My name is John Thomas and I reside in the Mattapanai District. I've lived in this county for over 20 years now with my family. In the summer of 2022, I accepted the role of general manager of the golf course. For that 2.5 years that I've spent here, I've seen the business grow and giving our guests an experience like no other. The barns have had a positive effect on the golf course with increased play, exposure, and revenue due to our partnership. The majority of our staff resides in Caroline County. We strive to hire locally from within the county. As we grow, the more residents we can bring on board to employ, the better. The barns also regularly host events with the county directly, as well as our outreach to the community at large. We have partnered with the school systems, county business, fundraisers, politically, as well as weddings and parties. The excellence that we strive for is what helps facilitate the exposure to our premier venue. I support the special events venue special exception for the barns at Mattapanai Springs, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak regarding this matter?
Good evening, Chairman Black, members of the board, Kevin Collins, Reedy Church District. I've been in golf and around the golf industry in my younger years, and my brother-in-law is currently a professional up at Jack Frost Country Club in Northeast Pennsylvania. And when I mentioned where I was moving, he knew exactly where it was because of Mattapanai. They are a terrific golf course. I have to commend them on not only their commitment to the community, but their commitment to the environment. I drive Panola Road every day after dropping my children off at school. I go past Mattapanai Springs. I have to concentrate because of the beauty there is when you go past that stretch. Flocks of turkey in the morning, white-tailed deer in the driveway. It really is beautiful. I do believe there are also some signs in that area that they have adopted that road, and it shows. They do regular trash cleanup. It really is beautiful. I completely support this special exception. We should encourage more businesses like this, locally grown, that support the community. And perhaps next year, the bus drivers and the facility techs will get to experience Mattapanai Springs instead of hot dogs behind the shed. Have a good one.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak regarding this matter? Is there anyone else who would like to speak regarding this matter? Hearing no one else, I will declare the public hearing closed. Board members.
Yes. Okay, I was good. Go ahead and make the motion. You can do it.
No.
Don't do that. You can do it. Comment. All right. All right, go for it. We all want to make the motion to approve at one time.
It's your district, isn't it?
That's because the Mattapanai district is the district everybody wants to be in. So you can move and then make your motion. Yes, Chris.
Just to assist in the making of that motion, I just wanted to clarify because we have the suggested conditions you have in your packet have the red line showing Mr. Orloff's changes and then the blue showing staff changes. And what I've heard is Mr. Orloff's comfortable with all of staff's changes. So for the record, I just wanted to highlight that staff's changes would include keeping conditions 4, 12, and 15. And then I wanted to ask for your confirmation, Mr. Thomas, about number 9 and number 24, about whether or not to change the time and whether or not to go with the 2 years for the review. If you want to accept all of that language.
No, that's no, you don't need to ask Mr. Thomas.
Or, I mean, he's making the motion.
Yeah, he's
the
not.
board.
He's not. He just thinks he is.
Oh, whoever's making the motion. Mr. Underwood.
Mr. McKenzie.
Yeah.
No, it is the Mattapanai district.
Yeah.
No, it is. No, it used to be.
It still is.
No.
I'll just sit tight until we get this worked out.
Yeah, Clay wants you to. Now, conditions 4, 12, and 15, and then I saw the time from 8 to 9.
Yes, sir.
I'm okay with those.
Okay, great. I just want to clarify that for the
That will be
record.
part of the motion.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, if that's what you need.
Yes, sir.
Do we need to get Mr. Hughes to show the districts here again?
What's that?
Never mind. Mr. Orloff, we'd spoken last week, I think, and I asked for a couple of things. It's really safety concerns. I've talked to you, and I've talked to family members who are for this, and I've talked to family members who are opposed to it. And it really just came down to a couple of small things. So if you will allow us to add a condition of stop signs at the end of the driveway, and they don't have to be the VDOT big red stop signs. They could be wooden stop signs that just say stop. And then since you are going to have a few larger ones, if you could just contact the sheriff to say there's going to be a larger event, and then that's it. Those are just safety concerns, just to make sure we're all on the same boat.
I'll take those in reverse order.
Sure.
Of course, I have no problem interfacing with the sheriff, and I would certainly entertain a discussion with the sheriff as to under what circumstances would he like to hear from us based on his experience.
Mm-hmm.
I talked to my staff about a stop sign there, and I'll blame this on one of my staff, so this is not me speaking, it's a staff member speaking. They felt like this was a solution looking for a problem. Our driveway, like 90% of all the driveways on Panola Road, come out at 90 degrees to the road. It is impossible to do a California roll out of that driveway. So I would really prefer to not have a stop sign. Now, if the sheriff or VDOT disagrees with this, that changes my view completely. If the sheriff thinks we need one for some reason, or VDOT thinks we do, I have no problem doing it. But the one thing we've tried to do on this site in particular is to not make it look urban or suburban. People are in the country. We don't even use, we intentionally do not have asphalt driveways. We want the gravel driveways. People are in the country. We are marketing, we describe it in a lot of our marketing materials as an experience. And the comments you get from people, we just had a couple come down from Canada. They stayed in one of the homes. They're now coming back with 8 other people sometime this spring. He said he's never seen the quietness, the wildlife that somebody mentioned. One of the people mentioned the deer, the thing. We're trying to keep it as non-urban, not even suburban, that you're at now what we now view as ourselves as a destination. We're not quite a resort because we don't have the additional amenities to do that. But it's certainly, we're trying to provide people visiting, whether it's groups of golfers for stays and plays who occupy many of our houses, or wedding parties. We now do a lot of weddings with a lot of out-of-town guests, and it's not uncommon for those guests to stay in all 5 houses which we have on the property, which now permits us to accommodate over 40 people on site. And with the 2 additional homes we have in the Charlesburg area, we can now accommodate more than 60 people. And if this continues to move forward as we hope it does, we have plans to build, we have lots already available to build additional homes if necessary. So if the sheriff or VDOT feels we need a stop sign there, we would certainly do it, but I would really prefer to not do it, because I think it's, again, one little thing that's not necessary and just makes us a little bit less country, if you will. But I'll certainly entertain a discussion with the sheriff or VDOT, and if they feel otherwise, we'd certainly put it in.
Okay, I've talked to VDOT. We don't have to have a big red sign. You can do it just a small wooden sign, but you and I can have a little more discussion.
Right.
And I do believe Panola Road runs through the Mattapanai district, so I'm not sure what happened here.
It's not put on the road.
I'll just take a motion from anyone at this point.
Mr. Chair, I move for approval of this, special exception, 042024.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Seconded by Mr. Forehand. So, motion made by Mrs. Long, and it's, seconded by Mr. Forehand.
Do we need to add with staff recommendations? Or is that?
Yeah, I think it would be helpful just to clarify for the record that the motion is with the conditions revised as suggested by staff in the packet.
Conditions advised, recommended by staff, and with the understanding that speakers will be pointed inwards.
And Mr. Orloff is going to contact the sheriff when he has a large event? Was that? Okay.
So that condition is,
There is no condition. He'll
there's no
just
condition, that's
interface.
just
There's
informal.
no need for
Okay,
that condition.
got it, all right.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll just
No need.
interface with the sheriff and we'll go from there.
All
And
right.
then we'll talk to VDOT later.
Okay. So, all right. Any,
Clay, you want to second that?
we already did. So we have a motion by Mrs. Long, a second by Mr. Forehand. Any discussion on the motion? By the way, Mr. Orloff lives in the Western Caroline District. Just want to put that out there. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. All right, going on to the next one is, the big one, I guess, of the night, right, is the unfinished business. Is on the data center, whether we do special exception or not, I guess, pretty much for data centers is what it boils down to. So, Mr. Hughes?
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, this is a revisit of the item that was a part of a joint public hearing on October 10th with the Planning Commission. At that joint public hearing, the Planning Commission deferred the item, and then subsequently had two additional meetings at the Planning Commission to review proposed language. The Planning Commission ultimately came back and recommended to the board that that you guys adopt the simple amendment that was originally presented to you on October 10th, which was to move data centers from as a by right use in the M1 district to the special exception category in the M1 district. And so that is what is before you tonight. Your packet contained all of the information that was presented to you on October 10th, as well as the information that the Planning Commission reviewed in their two meetings. So I don't know if you have any questions or if there are any particulars that you want me to go over relative to the Planning Commission's actions and you all's actions previously. Or if you want me to review what you saw at the October 10th public hearing.
Okay, so appreciate it. Anyone else? Anyone have any questions for Mr. Hughes?
If we don't do by special exception only, it's got to go back to planning, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, just making sure.
If you choose to do it, if you want to do anything differently, you have the option to, tonight you could deny, you could defer, or you could send it back to the Planning Commission for whatever reason you chose. But those are your options.
Because our initial board discussion was, we sent this to the planning commission for a joint meeting to do all of them by special exception, which is why we sent it to them. Yeah, and they sent it back to us by special exception only, correct?
They did.
So it's a binary decision. It's either by special exception or it goes back to planning. Or because you've got to re-advertise and go through the whole process again. So it's a real simple binary decision. Do we want to see by special exception?
We sure it's a binary decision, Mr. McKenzie?
No, it was not.
No, are we sure this is a binary decision?
This one is. What's here tonight is
Are
binary.
we sure, Mr. McKenzie?
Yeah, here, so I can give a little more detail on the procedure.
Well, not a lot of detail. Just,
Hold on.
is it a
But-
binary decision? Can I say we could do this and it's effective on a certain date? Can I say we can do this and this person is excluded? Right?
So let me address those in turn. So you have the draft ordinance that was originally before you, And you can put certain things in that draft ordinance, like it's effective by a certain date. You can also grandfather, if you choose to grandfather properties with applications in process, site plan applications in process, grant applications in process. You can put that language in the ordinance. Otherwise, tonight you are limited to what was advertised for that joint public hearing, which is the amendment from by right to special exception in the M1 district. The Planning Commission considered alternative language that we prepared at their request, dividing data centers into campus data centers larger than 75 acres, non-campus data centers smaller than 75 acres, and a couple other limitations that are discussed in your packet. However, they elected not to hold a public hearing on that. So if you want to consider that language, you would have to direct the Planning Commission to hold a public hearing and send it back up to you. Last thing I'll say, Mr. Thomas, is like any other text amendment, you could make minor tweaks. I don't know how more minor you can be here, but the decision about the latitude you have is all about what was noticed to the public. So if you make a small tweak here and there, that's probably within the scope of the notice. If you want to make a big tweak, like what was considered by the Planning Commission but not taken up, that requires a public hearing.
So a big tweak is grandfathering?
No, grandfathering is separate from text language. That's something you do in your ordinance. You guys can choose to do that if you wish. There's draft language in the original ordinance about grandfathering. So you would just need to vote whether or not to include that grandfathering language.
Okay.
Mr. McKinney, could a certain specific property owner be grandfathered specifically in the ordinance?
No, and I went into depth in this at the last meeting, but it was a couple months ago. But the issue is, the grandfathering is very limited, in its scope and application. And what you're doing there is saying if someone has an application pending with the county that was filed before this change takes effect, so site plan application, zoning application, a grant application, then the board has the legislative discretion to decide, are we going to treat that under the law as it existed when they filed, or the law as it exists assuming this were to change. And you have to go based on those applications, and you can't just pick properties because the zoning ordinance has to apply uniformly. And this is what motivated that suggested language at the Planning Commission level. So we can't pick and choose who this ordinance applies to. It has to be uniform, but you can make different classes or groups or distinctions within the zoning ordinance, just like we did, for example, with solar, major and minor solar. We said if you're over 5 megawatts or under 5 megawatts. So we kind of use that as a guide, and that's where that over 75 acres or under 75 acres language came from. But again, it wasn't put to public hearing, so right now that's not an option for you to vote on tonight. So as it stands right now, it applies to everybody within the M1 district, but you are able to grandfather those certain parcels that are listed in the draft ordinance in your packet that have pending applications.
Because my initial concern was when I suggested we go down this path was I don't want data centers on some of our legacy M1 parcels that might be 10, 12, 15, 20 acres.
Mm-hmm.
And I liked the exclusion of any parcel over 75 because again, that's a large parcel. So I was happy about that. And I was hoping to see that as an option to vote on tonight. And then Mr. Hughes did let me know on one of the breaks that that's not going to be an option because it wasn't, again, what you just addressed. It wasn't a public hearing part of the Planning Commission. So
right. So and procedurally there, again, amendments to the zoning ordinance ultimately lie with you as the governing body. So, but the Virginia Code requires you to obtain a recommendation from the Planning Commission before you vote on something. So, in your case, if you want that language, you would have to direct the Planning Commission, please hold a public hearing on this and send us your recommendation. And then the Virginia Code gives them 90 days to do that. Okay. You can technically accelerate that to a shorter period of time, but you have to hold your own public hearing on the accelerating of the 90-day window.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Underwood.
Mr. McKenzie, well, help me to get a level of understanding. We had a called joint meeting here with the Planning Commission about this amendment, which they had absolutely no clue about and looked like some buffoons as far as I was concerned. So they had their own meeting. They knew exactly what we wanted because we talked about it. And Mr. Forehand mentioned it. We talked about the M1 parcels that were over 75. And so for them to send us back a blank slate really is to me inconceivable. We have never put a process in place where we had that joint meeting like we did. And it was absolutely ridiculous to the people in the public, to the citizens of this county, because that's not how we do business. It goes to the Planning Commission, their recommendation comes back to us, and then we either vote it up or vote it down or send it back. And so now we're 2 months down the road and we are absolutely nowhere. Because I agree with Mr. Forehand. We're looking at these parcels that are 75 acres or larger. None of us want M1 by right. That's not what we want. But certainly we don't think all, at least I don't, I know Mr. Forehand doesn't, many of my constituents don't think you should have to come before the board or have us for a special exception if it's 75 acres or larger. That's where the sticky part comes. So I'm disappointed in the Planning Commission because they knew exactly what we wanted. And they chose to do nothing. And that's a travesty. And I think this board ought to send it back to them with the language that we want, that we discussed. And they can have a public hearing and they can either vote it up or vote it down, and then we can make the decision. But I think the citizens still should have the right to listen to what this board wanted in a public forum and not be just say, we're just going to do M1 by right. That's not what we agreed to. That's not how it should be done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to chime in? Mr. Seeley?
Has anybody looked at the map in our board packet? I mean, we have data centers everywhere along Route 1 and 95. And if you think that anybody isn't going to buy, they can go buy 100, 150 acres all up and down this corridor, and they're going to come in here and they're going to want a PERT or M1 with data centers. We cannot continue. Look at the number, look at the data, look at the power consumption. Every single building is 300 megawatts. If you go to the Bull Church site and the Bazaar Center site, that's 600 megawatts for those two sites, and they have to move power from the Bazaar site to the Bull Church site to put the power that they need over there. If you start adding this up, each one of these, Mattamead will be 3,300 megawatts of power for what they're proposing. Every one of these sites has to come through somebody's property to actually get data, to get power to their sites. Are we going to condemn these many people to have power go through their property because we got data center sites that are speculating? The $50 million they're spending on power ain't nothing. This is all speculation, but we're inconveniencing hundreds of people that own property that don't have any easements across their property for power now. But we're going to destine them to them because as soon as somebody says data center, they get it approved, they're going to go to Dominion, they're going to get it put on there, and the power lines are coming whether they put that on that site or not. We have done a number of sites. I'm sorry, it needs to be by special exception, and we should require them to do a power line study before they come to us and show us where Dominion says those power lines are going to come before we ever consider it, because this is getting out of hand. Every one of these, just start putting Just start putting 300 megawatts or 600 megawatts by every one of these sites, and then look at where you think the power is going to come from. We start that ball rolling. It's not Dominion. It's the data center people coming to us, and as soon as we say yes, we start all the condemnation that has to take place to do power. We've got to have a better approach to this. We have so many sites now, it's not funny. And a lot of them are speculation. Nobody's built a single thing. We've worked on the Mattamead site for 3 years. Spotsylvania's looking everywhere around their county to move data center sites, and they're not there because there's no water and sewer. So we're going to be sitting with a site that has 11 potential buildings with nothing there. And the power, now they want power, they want a substation. It's not even on that site. I mean, we have got to start looking at how we're going to approve this. Our approach, we just went into the MC Dean property and did another 1,600 acres with no consideration on how power is going to get there and didn't even ask. We don't have to tell you. They've got agreements signed with Dominion, non-disclosure. We don't have to tell you anything. We have got to get better at this because we're just condemning more and more land. I think every one of them ought to be special exception, and I think every one of them ought to tell us the route of the power, that how it's going to get here.
Mrs. Long?
I'm going to pass at the moment.
Mr. Thomas?
Yeah, my initial intention to ask for this was to make sure the county had more control over where data centers went. I think that's something we all agree on. We have actually turned down a data center because the location wasn't what people wanted. So in order to not have all the M1s as possible sites for a data center, that's what we started talking about, the special exception. But I think our data centers are not the small right next to the subdivision ones you have in Northern Virginia. I think the 75 or 90, I can't remember exactly the number we asked for in terms of acreage, was a good number because that eliminated the small data centers and made them come for special exceptions. So, Mr. Hughes, do you have a map that shows us and the rest of the people that are there what's in the county? I think you do.
So,
well, where the data center processes are, I guess, or either or. What do you have?
so there's another map that has the.
This map, these other maps.
Yeah, I'm saying he's got that.
So this is the map that shows current projects that are active in the county right now. I think the map that you're talking about, the 75 acres, was the prior map, but this map here shows projects that are currently active in the county. So at the top of the map, you have the Mattamead Amazon site. You have the Project North site, which is the site behind the McDonald's on 639. You have the Ladysmith data site, which is at the intersection of Bull Church and 639. The Bazaar piece is right here. The Bull Church data site is a subject of a rezoning application, which is right here. Oh, sorry. You have the Good Earth site, which is here, which would have to go through a proffer amendment to be approved. And then at the bottom, you have the Avio site that was already approved. And then you have the site on 630, on Ruther Glen Road, which is known as Project South, which is essentially across from Trader Joe's.
World-class distribution.
Yeah. And then you have the MC Dean properties here, which is, they have come in for a pre-application on.
When was the Avio site approved?
The Avio site was the,
Station.
behind the Flying J.
Yeah. So all of these are officially, the ones on the map there are officially either already approved by the board or they've at least.
No.
No. Or what I'm saying is they're either already approved or there's some way in a process of trying to get it. Is that correct?
2 of them require rezoning, so those shouldn't count.
They're at some stage of activity in the county.
So that's what I'm getting at.
Yes.
So if we did by special exception only, you can, Chris, you were saying if you could, we could, in other words, like say, all right, we could take those at face value and, or in other words, deal with those two and then go special exception from here on out, correct?
Deal with which two?
Like the two that are, like Mr. Hughes was saying, that are just starting out, that would need a,
Grandfather?
no, that would need a, you said.
Rezoning.
Rezoning.
Yeah, those, the ones that needed rezoning are
They don't even count.
functionally unaffected because
Right.
we're talking about whether or not you're by
Oh,
right
okay.
in the
Right,
M1.
right, okay.
So the issue
I
here is
gotcha.
Good Earth is out.
these are the everything listed here. They are very much different stages of development. Not all of these have applications in with the county that could even be grandfathered. So you could not grandfather everything shown on this map. On the but conversely, some of these are unaffected because they're so far along, like Avio and Matamede or Avio, however you say it. They're already approved.
Right.
So I think, basically for the record, the ones that are unaffected because they are already approved is Matamede and Avio. Is that right? And then you've got the MC Dean project, and then the Lady Smith and Bull Church projects that have applications in with the county and have determination letters about their use. Those are the only ones that are potentially grandfathered. All the other ones are in a stage where they would be, if this amendment passed, they would have to apply for a special exception.
The Bazaar site wasn't that at a point where it,
Yes, Lady Smith Data Center and Bazaar. What did I said Bull Church? Sorry, I misspoke. Lady Smith and Bazaar.
I didn't think
Mr. Underwood?
You have your county map that has all the, there you go.
There's a
So this is the county, correct?
correct.
What percentage of land in Caroline County is rural preservation?
98% of it.
98% of the county is rural preservation. What percent of the county is M1?
Less than 1%.
So we're talking about less than 1% of the county's acreage of even having consideration of being M1 or even an inkling of a data center, and with the restrictions that we have with water and utilities, it even limits it further, correct?
Correct.
So if you had to guess how many sites in the county now would be available for a data center if it was water and utilities and 75 acres or better, how many sites would we have?
Those sites that you see on the map right there.
No, you'd have all the US
No,
one
see, wait a
corridor,
minute.
because we have utilities down US Route 1. If you're gonna go by
Wait a minute.
utilities,
This is
then you
what,
better consider all the utility
no, but it's gotta
sites.
be M1.
No,
Yeah,
it's all land.
No.
You
Wait a
said-
minute. We said M1, is that right?
Correct.
We're talking about M1, listen. Jeff, wait a minute,
Today
wait a minute.
M1 or
But-
next
no,
year's M1?
No. You're trying to do
No,
semantics.
we've
We're
got,
not-
no,
we're not
because
doing
we've
that.
got other sites
we
already
have-
considering it.
What we have is 98% of the county is rural preservation. You couldn't put a data center there if you wanted to. We have 1%, we have 7 sites basically that we're sitting here going round and round about things that could not happen other than these sites based on our,
What was the MC Dean property around MC Dean that we just rezoned? What was that designation?
Well, we didn't rezone.
What's the designation?
It's-
Rural preservation.
That was the.
That is
That
rural.
is a zoning designation. but
It's a
we did not-
zoning
We did
designation.
not rezone any property. I just
No,
wanna
but
clarify.
we have moved it into a PERT, which then makes it eligible to be a data center, correct?
You've designated that area as appropriate for data center uses, correct?
But it's rural preservation, correct, today?
Much of it is zone rural preservation.
Thank
yes.
you.
but we put it in the PERT. That was the purpose
It's
of
rural
doing it.
preservation.
Mr.
No, don't go there.
Mr. Hughes,
Gentlemen.
I just want to clarify something here. As far as the, you gave us a list of industrial properties with at least 75 acres. So if they were to go that way and say it's by right, you know, with 75 acres, I see 8 different locations, correct?
You mean in the listing?
Like
in
that
the-
are like, so in other words,
Yeah.
with 75 plus acres.
75.
Yes.
But they have to have, the requirement in the ordinance is they have to have utilities available. So just because a property is 75 acres does not make it eligible for a data center. So
they
that's
couldn't be-
why the list is reduced to
Just 7.
these properties that are on the slide. So just because I have a 75 acre piece of property, there's a piece of property out in Sparta that's at least 75 acres, but you couldn't have a data center there because it doesn't have utilities. So that's the distinguishing feature here, is that they have to have utilities available.
But some of these sites, and that's part of what we have to do. Some of these sites could be something other than a data center.
Certainly.
So in M1, we could have distribution centers by right, which would create a lot of traffic. You know, so it's part of it is choices of what we want. Now, Mr. Seeley mentioned MC Dean. And I know he remembers that property before when he was on the school board. You came and spoke before the board in favor of a landfill there because it would generate money for, you know, the schools, which wasn't, you know, an understandable thought. But do I want to have a landfill there, or do I want to have what could be a data center, or is it, you know, an industrial park? That's kind of what we have to factor in. Some of those properties that you're saying could be data centers, if they're not data centers, they could be something detrimental to the county.
Only if we allow it to be. Nobody's talking about the power that we've got that's got to be brought in. Once we say yes, we condemn a number of people's property to actually being reconfigured into something that it's not when they bought it. So let's talk about the real impact, because it's not just that property.
And that's a great point. Part of that is, as Julia, I'm not going to say your name wrong, but as she mentioned, when the Bazaar property started trying to be a data center, they didn't come to the county.
They didn't have
They
to.
went to Dominion and said, we want to do a data center. The county wasn't aware of it in particular until later in the process.
Right.
So that was what I want to stop, and I think we can stop that now. We can't make Dominion give us a study of where the lines are going to go.
No, we can make the applicant, but if what you're saying is 75 acres and above doesn't have to come for a special exception. So we have no say. So you can't have it both ways.
Well, we limit the number. We limit the number of sites by saying 75 acres.
How many sites on Route 1 have water and sewer that are over 200 acres that are for sale tomorrow? And somebody comes in and buys them. We've got one going on the 639 corridor that we spent a ton of money putting 4 lanes on, and now behind McDonald's, we've got a data center, which is not what the intent of that was.
You could have a distribution center behind McDonald's.
We don't have to let a distribution center go there.
It's by right. It's by right. That is by right.
And that's what we have to fix right now. You know, if it's not a data center, it's going to be 50 trucks a day.
And the majority of on that one, the majority of people would not be happy with all kinds of trucks on 639. But getting back to, I just want to play devil's advocate for a second. So if you do the 75 acres, because you say no utilities. So what happens if, like, let's say I'm out in Sparta or Childsburg somewhere, and I got 75 acres of land, and I'm right near the big power lines. Okay, so I got 75 acres of land. Of course, it wouldn't be. Of course, it wouldn't be. It would have to be zoned M1, though, right? That would be the thing. That would be the designation. Because I was going to say, what would stop someone from? But the suggestion, because you said we have some. Do we have any big properties out? And like they're all pretty small out in those areas. Do we have any big ones? Because my point is, if someone comes in air cooled, we don't have the water, but someone could say, hey, look, I'm right next to the power lines, and I'm M1, and I'm out in. No, there's nothing that big.
No. They would not be eligible. Mr. Black, let me clarify. They'd not be eligible for a data center because they don't have the water and sewer utilities. It's not just the water to cool the facility. It is public utilities, water and sewer to the site. So it's not just to cool the facility. So this map is a map of all of the industrial property in the county right now. So we did this. So if you look at, there are a total of 3,947 acres in the county. There when this map was put together a couple months ago, there were 1,500 and some odd acres on the contract. We had 912 acres of PERT under contract. So it boiled down to the M1 and the usable or unavailable, in use or unavailable was 1,750 acres, which meant that total available M1 property at that time was 618 acres or 69 sites. So your question about a property out in Sparta, which is this piece here, which is larger than 75 acres, would not be eligible for a data center. It's zoned M1 today. Someone could not come and put a data center there. There are properties down here along the Route 1 corridor that are, zoned M1 that would not be eligible.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I'd like to make a suggestion to be considered. I, for one, do not think it's right to change rules in the middle of a game. So my feeling is that we allow those that are already in for application, as we've been looking at. That's fine. We continue to negotiate with them because they're already in the game. But for M1 properties and applications for data center, anything new coming in, we move to special exception. I think that's fair to both pre-existing businesses that have already started and spent big bucks to do their applications and to do their studies. There are spots where a data center is going to be beneficial. And one is a piece of property in my district, which if it's not going to be a data center, the next person looking at it is probably a distribution center. That road can't handle the traffic of a distribution center. I don't like to go up to Carmel Church anymore because of all the tractor trailers up there. So I think it would be unfair to change the rules of the game. We move forward with those that are already grandfathered in, and then we come back at our next meeting, or we can do it tonight and change any new applicants to special exception. Why can't we do that? Well, we send it back to the planning commission then. Oh.
Voting on what's in front of us is exactly right.
Yeah. Mr. McKenzie.
Everything in process would be in process, everything not wouldn't be. So if we vote on what's here tonight, anything not in process goes to special exception.
Define what's in process.
Yeah,
Right. That was question one. Question two, if a company has spent $25 million out of their pocket already, and we change this rule, we're getting sued.
Yeah, we get sued all the time.
I understood.
But we try not to get sued. That's the point.
Do we have a defense if we have changed this after they've made a significant investment in
But
this
if
county?
they've made an investment and they've already been in contact with our economic development advisor and they've talked, they've met, to me, they're in the game.
Well, I guess it would depend on where we're
haven't had
drawing
their-
the line
their-
on what point forward.
You have very limited options in how you draw that line.
Okay.
And really, right now, the only way you can kind of attempt to draw that line. I mean, I think the sentiment is the same. This is what you were discussing at the joint hearing, and what we said at the joint hearing was, we'll try to give you some more options about how to achieve that goal of protecting existing applicants in the interests of equity, but moving forward be special exception, and legally that's just difficult to do. So the 75 acre was an attempt to be more specific and tailored with the text amendment to achieve that goal. But that's not, unless you direct the planning commission to have a public hearing and send it up to you, that's not an option for you right now. The only other real viable option is stepping out of the zoning ordinance and just in your approval grandfathering pending applications. And what we would need to do is confirm as of tonight who has a pending site plan application, zoning application, anything touched by this amendment, grant application, and you could grandfather those. But that is not a legal protection in the zoning ordinance. That's what the law calls an act of legislative grace that says you're just going to consider those applications under the old law.
Well, you're really confusing me now. I'm glad you're the lawyer.
Yeah.
So are we better off sending it back to planning and just not taking any new company that might come knocking on Leon's door wanting to talk data centers until we get that back?
I don't know. Tell us what's in process of the 9 you put up here. We know 3 are in process.
3 are already approved.
Or approved or in process.
So, right, the approval, we'll start with what has there at some point in the process.
This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is all 9 data center.
Matamede is
projects.
approved.
That's approved.
Project North filed a site plan yesterday.
Project North is the one on 639 behind McDonald's.
Yes.
Right. They filed a site plan yesterday.
Is that considered in process?
Yes, it is. They filed, yes,
Okay.
in the completeness review phase right now.
Okay, who else?
Ladysmith Data Center has a site plan filed. Bazaar has a site plan. Bull Church has a rezoning application filed.
But that's a rezoning. So
that's a rezoning.
So we can say yes or no to that one. So we'll move that to the side. So we got 8 now.
Okay, the question was what's in the process.
Right, you're right.
So,
but rezoning is another step for the board. So that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
In process without us doing anything.
And Avayo, which is approved, is in the site plan process right now.
Okay, well they're approved.
Project South has not done anything specifically with planning in terms of applications. And the MC Dean site, 2 parcels, they came to a pre-application, but they have to go through rezoning as well. So,
but part of it is already zoned, right?
Some of the MC Dean property is zoned M1 now, yes. A lot of it, yeah. The majority of what MC Dean holds is M1. The 2 pieces they came and had the pre-application were the Carneal properties.
Right.
And the Good Earth property.
The Good Earth property is subject to proffers that have to be amended.
Okay, that's already zoned M1.
It is zoned M1, but yes, but there was.
But we would get a crack at it via the proffer amendment.
Right.
That is correct.
Okay. So of the 9, it's now down to 7. 7. We just pulling out Good Earth and Project South, which needed rezonings. Just those 2 needed rezonings. But, well, if they expand to that big of a footprint, but they got enough acreage, they could do a data center.
They do, but the property that we just considered PERT, that everybody's hopping up and down, they're gonna put a site there, isn't.
Which is another rezoning. They would have to come back for a rezoning.
Yeah, and
so now it is down to 6, 6.5 if MC Dean does it on their site.
Mr. Thomas.
Yes, sir.
I apologize. I forgot. The Luck property is also in process because they have an application filed.
But they need a rezoning.
They do need a rezoning.
So they're not in play. They're not in play. They need a rezoning.
I just want to be clear. I forgot to mention that they have an application in.
Okay. So of the 9, now 10, 4 are going to require additional effort on the county, rezoning, proffer change, whatever.
So we can handle those again with the second bite of the apple we always said we wanted. We all said we wanted, right? Then the other 6 are all in process that would hold up in court or not? That's for you now, Mr. McKenzie.
Yeah, all in process as far as they have pending applications that are eligible to be grandfathered by you. Yeah, I'd want to walk through them again. I mean, ideally, we would list it all out, but if we could walk through them again and say if you've got pending site plan application, you know, pending. I guess we're excluding rezoning applications, and just to clarify that, because I, interest of like getting everything clear for the record, you know, if it needs a rezoning, right? If it needs to rezone to M1, what I hear the board saying is we don't want to grandfather you because that it is a meaningful choice because under the current law you'd have to rezone to M1 to do a data center. Under the law, per this amendment, you'd have to rezone to M1 and file a special exception application,
Which you could do together.
right? So what I hear the board saying is we're not interested in grandfathering anyone with a pending rezoning to M1 because you can just file the M1 and the special exception application together. We've seen that before.
Right.
So you're taking those out of the pile.
Right.
And then the remaining ones are, I mean, functionally, who has a pending, you know, site plan application? I think it would be the kind of dividing line for most of these. We'll walk through that again. And then the other kind of thing you'll see in here is on the MC Dean parcels, there's a collection of those, and I think we discussed this at the last meeting, that are the subject of a grant application that is premised upon data centers being built there. So we had included that as a potential candidate for grandfathering as well. Those are I believe the purple MC Dean ones there are the subject of a grant application to do work on the infrastructure. Yes, thank you, Mr. Forehand. So that's the recap, and then I think you would want to go through. Okay, so who meets those grandfathering criteria? Grant application, site plan application. Right. And
I got a question on this map now that you've made me study it.
The 6 are good.
Why do those purples come all the way to Panola Road?
That was the back of the property. Yeah, that was the back of it.
We took all that, anything that came near Panola Road, we took out.
That
took it out of the perk.
Yeah.
Okay.
The comp plan perk. The comp plan perk.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
And again, without a doubt, that part of Panola Road.
So do we have kind of a consensus now?
Can we go over it one more time to make sure we're clear? Can you start?
Yeah, actually, so let's do it kind of really clear. So you've got the draft ordinance in your packet from when we did this on October 8th. Yeah, October 8th. And so what we're talking about is this was a draft ordinance where you accomplish this. And the first thing we need to do is fill it out because you've now done things. So we would update that ordinance to say, whereas the Planning Commission initiated this process on September 26th, and then whereas on November 21st, the Planning Commission recommended approval of this amendment by a vote of 4-2. And then it's a little out of order, but whereas on October 8th, you held a joint public hearing on this amendment, and it's in good zoning practice to adopt it. You therefore adopt this simple change. In the M1 district, data centers come out of by right and they go to special exception. Then we have those two pieces of optional language that we provided in this ordinance. The first is the ordinance is effective immediately, or the ordinance is effective as of some future date. We need to make a decision on that first piece. Is it effective tonight or some other time?
I think it needs to be tonight.
Okay.
I think it needs to be some other time.
I need to figure out what's grandfathered first, so.
Okay, well, so we'll put a pin in that. Let's go to option 4. So then option 4 says this ordinance shall not apply to properties or structures within the county that are subject of applications for site plan approval. The old language says conditional zoning map amendment. I think it sounds like we're taking that out. We don't want to do rezonings. So delete conditional zoning map amendment or grant funding that involve the by right use of the property as a data center, which are either approved or filed and pending as of the below date of adoption, including the following properties. And then we've listed the ones we knew of, which are basically the MC Dean parcels and then the Lady Smith and Bazaar parcels. And there's one typo there, 83 should be 83A83. It sounds like we need to also add, what did you say, Mr. Hughes? The Project North has a site plan?
Mm-hmm.
So you would, based on what we've been discussing, again, I'm just trying to reduce it, you would add Project North, its tax map parcels to that. And then all such grandfathered uses and structures shall be considered lawful and not nonconforming and shall not require a special exception permit for development of the data center, subject to the standards contained in the PERT section as amended at the time of site plan approval.
I have a question. You said we were going to take out conditional zoning map amendment?
Yes, ma'am, just based on
But
what we
what
were saying.
about grant funding? Because we've got that one piece of property with the infrastructure with the
Right.
grant funding.
So we left
that stays in,
that
right?
stays in,
Okay.
and conditional
making
zoning
sure.
map amendment comes out. Yep. So this would grandfather, and this is not that this is just your decision to say we are going to treat those applications under the law as it existed when they are filed.
Did you mention the grant properties?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Those are staying in. Those are predominantly
I'm good.
the MC Dean
I'm good with that.
parcels.
Let's just go M1 just as it's written with those,
So that includes MC Dean.
the ones that are already covered by the grant
Yeah, it's MC Dean.
applications.
So now it's 7. Well, 6 again because it's all of MC Dean.
There's one MC Dean parcel, as I understand it, that had already closed, so it's not part of the grant application. But MC Dean also has a zoning determination that was issued, so they can attempt to claim vested rights under that, provided they meet the other terms of the statute.
You sure there's something on Bull Church Road approved?
Bull-
Filed?
No, I misspoke when I said Bull Church.
Okay.
It's Lady Smith and Bazaar. Those are the two that have pending site plans and zoning determination. And their tax map parcels are already listed here.
Okay.
You know, you probably don't want to hear this, but if you want us to write this all up in a clean version and give it to you, we can do that too, but it would have to happen at your next meeting.
Can't write it up during a break?
I mean, I've kind of rewritten it here. I mean, I can, yeah.
We write everything up else during the public hearing, so I don't know why we can't write this tonight.
I thought we basically understood
Yeah,
what we were doing.
I'll read through it again, but I've basically, if we're all looking at the same piece of paper, I've filled in those blanks. I've struck conditional zoning map from option 4. I've corrected 83-483 to 83A83 and made a note to include also the tax map parcels for Project North as shown on that map. And then that just leaves 3. Do you want it immediate or delayed?
We wanted to push this the night of that board meeting. And everybody was in agreement we needed to do by special exception to stop some of this. That was Mr. Thomas's recommendation.
It was, without killing what was happening.
And
We
we-
didn't get all the information to know we'd kill everything.
But we're preserving 90%.
And now we're preserving the same thing. I mean, we're doing exactly what we want to do. We're not killing what's there. What has to go through a rezoning still has to go through a rezoning and special exception. The ones that are in process may or may not actually come to fruition, but we've got 6 options that if we get 3 or 4, we've done a great job. I mean, Mr. Black is fully aware and never lets me forget that we didn't get every distribution center that we were supposed to get. We didn't get Harris Teeter. Not our fault, their fault. So I don't know if we'll get all of these people. Not our fault, maybe their fault. But if we've got 4 or 5 irons in the fire and we get 3, we're gonna be able to build that new school. We're gonna be able to build the bridge over 639.
In
We're gonna
10
be able
years.
It'll take us 10 years to have enough money on our own to do anything.
I agree. I'm just putting realization into it.
Well, that's part of what we're doing here is we're doing stuff 5, 10 years in the future.
So do we want to go ahead and right now and do this, or are we okay with
Yeah,
that?
we just need an answer on the implementation date.
How does the implementation date matter? I mean,
Because they can rush to
Oh,
file.
that's
No,
true, that's true.
So we have to make it tonight to draw a
Okay.
clean
Yeah,
line in the
because
sand.
there's nothing, yeah,
We've already taken the ones out
Yeah.
or grandfathered the ones that we want.
so we can do it tonight then?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
We're good.
All right, so 3A. Okay, so that's what did we just
Because
recite?
Dominion, let me just take
Sure.
this one step further. Dominion has already cited almost all of these sites. Is that not true, Mr. Hughes?
They, based on what I know, they have, the only 2 I can speak to is the Lady Smith Center sites and the Bazaar site.
The Bazaar site, we've got maps for it now.
Site
And,
plan, yes.
maps for the power from
Yes,
Dominion.
yes.
The
There's a power line that runs across the Project North site, but I don't know if that applicant has spoken
They've told us none of those power lines are usable.
The question was, have they made agreements with Dominion? I don't know. I'm just saying there's a power line that runs across those sites. So I don't know if they have made any agreements with Dominion. The only one I can speak to that I can confirm are the Bazaar and the Ladysmith site.
the Avio site has
And Avio, well, yeah, Avio.
Avio. They've got that's the map I
Mr.
gave you.
Chair, if I could, I don't know how exact
You
this
gotta
is,
look
but I
at it.
did speak to one of the representatives that has been here sometimes from Dominion Power. And I asked, if we did nothing in Caroline, are you all still gonna upgrade lines and run them? And his answer was yes, because we've got to get the power to Spotsylvania and further north. And all the energy comes from the south and goes north, he says. So regardless, the main lines are gonna be updated and they're gonna run.
You can come to my
Maps I haven't
backyard, I'll show you one.
seen, But it makes sense that the power is generated and they feed from the south and they're running north to other projects. They're gonna affect us regardless of what we do, is what I'm saying.
Okay. So do we need can I have a motion to approve this? Or a motion?
Moved.
I have a second.
Who made the motion?
Ms. Long.
I'll second.
All right, Mrs. Long made the motion, Mr. Forehand second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries unanimously, 6-0. All right, so
Which option we approved?
Yes,
My
yeah.
note was 3A.
Yes.
3A, effective immediately.
Immediately.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so now moving on. All right, the big options to remove the soil power pile adjacent to the YMCA.
Motion to move.
What's that?
Motion to approve. What are we gonna talk about it?
Well, there's a couple options.
$10,000.
No, it was $100,000.
9,000 and change. Oh, then never mind. I got the wrong one.
Well, no, to remove the dirt could be over $120,000, and that was based off a quote that Blackwood had while Joey comes up with all the data.
Never mind.
So we're not really asking you to approve that. We're just kind of bringing back the original issue with water.
I got a question on this. If we don't, and I understand what you're trying to do as a temporary fix or try to do it, like if we don't do this, isn't this going to be continue to be an ongoing problem if we don't move this pile?
Correct.
So I mean, I don't understand why we
But
pay the money to
there's
move it.
more than one way to fix dirt that's pointing the right way. Can we grade it? Can we sell it? Can we give it to somebody that needs it? $100,000 to move a pile of dirt just sounds like a lot of money to me.
Yeah, but it was based on the yards. And part of it was to actually put the construction road in, the entrance road in, to be able to get in there and get the dirt. So that was off a bid. I mean, they got a price from a contractor, Blackwood did.
Wonder if we just graded a little bit and put a
it
pond
looks
there.
No, it's a big dirt pile. I mean, it's nothing to, we don't own any more land to grade it out on.
Still think we should sue the people that did the building.
I mean, I'll go ahead and make the motion to just pay the money. I mean, and just get rid of it. I mean, it's an eyesore, and then to me, we're just gonna be putting a Band-Aid on something that needs.
Wait, you gotta have some place to get rid of it too. Nobody just wants this pile of dirt
Well, I think Blackwood
necessarily.
would take it. Go on, John.
So right now, we actually were trying to get rid of it. We actually, when they were building the Tractor Supply, they needed dirt to put on the pad. And they looked at the pile and said that they couldn't use it at that time. It was gonna take too long to get permitting. So that kind of fell through. Then they were widening Ladysmith Road. They said they needed additional dirt there. And they kind of looked at that again and said, well, we got to clear it off. We don't have great access because we got to go across the driveway. We're afraid the trucks are going to mess the driveway up. So they said, we don't want to take on that responsibility. So people have looked at it and they were going to take it for free to remove it. The problem is what it takes to get that. It's still quite a bit up front. So after our meeting, Mr. Greenberg was here and he said, hey, we need dirt for our site for the old Walmart site, for lack of a better location. To help balance out our site. He said, we're working to get that moved. Maybe we can work out a deal. So he ended up working with this contractor and got a price to move the dirt to his site. So that price is about $120,000 to move that dirt. Now, it's going to cost us more than that because you're just going to end up with an area that's kind of graded. There's still going to be a road there that's going to have to be removed if you want to remove that road out of there. If you actually want to level it off and make a playing surface out of it, there's going to take a little more work there. We may have to put a small pond in there that it would all drain into and drainage. So we've got to go through the ENS permitting. So we're probably going to be close to $175,000 to $200,000 when it's all said and done. To actually move the dirt. So I guess at this point is, do you want us to invest that time and money into spending that kind of money or not? That's really what we're looking for is, do you want us to spend upwards of $200,000 to look into doing this? If the answer is yes, we'll be glad to move forward.
Tell me one more time why we can't go after the contractor who left that mess there.
It was the YMCA.
Well,
Yeah,
answer
lots
the,
of
answer the question.
YMCAs. I pay a lot of dues to the YMCA. Dear Lord.
Can I push this down the road a little while?
Well, the problem is we gotta build a road to even get to this dirt. Your mic's not on.
We don't do something, then I don't know. I mean, it's just
We're
like
talking about, and we may do some things at the county park. We may help the schools with fields there. That's a place where we could put the dirt.
It depends on, what is the quality of this, Joey?
So some of it actually appears to be pretty good that it can be used. One of the things that they said that they've left out also is, there's trees on there now that are 20 foot high. So while they're still small, they've got to
Thank
be
you.
cleared and they're not removing those off the site. So we're going to have to still dispose of that. What there's cost. And so the 120 was kind of just to move the dirt, but you still got to fix the site when everything's done. So I really believe we're going to be in the $200,000 range when we get done.
Are they Christmas trees?
No, they're too tall for that now. They're just
Heavenly
loblolly pines.
trees.
is it possible to move the dirt and then do the other part later on?
You gotta stabilize it.
Yeah, I mean, we could stabilize it. You
You're
still
gonna
got to
move the
get your
dirt around the
permitting
trees?
and
Just have a big cone with a tree up.
The trees are the stabilization.
they are right now.
Yep.
Spend the money and be done with it. I mean, I know it's not. I just hate that.
I know it's not what we want, but it just makes the most sense is go ahead and do the project the way it needs to be done.
Yep.
Get the road ready, make sure it's stable. We know we have kids coming there. I mean,
We gave the YMCA almost $8.5 million.
I know.
And now we're gonna give them another 200,000 because they didn't clean up
We
their
could
mess.
potentially have issue. So I'd say, make sure it's safe, make sure it's sound, make sure it's done.
Why is this not the YMCA's responsibility?
There's no way they're gonna.
We own the what?
So we own the land, but they're asking you to take care of it because,
But
you
they
know,
built it.
But the contract that was signed with them said that any major stuff that happens to YMCA is on us, right? I mean, it's
No, that's
we
not
don't own the
true.
building.
They can
They-
ask,
Yeah,
us,
right,
but
right.
it's not required.
Right.
Why don't we move it into their parking lot?
Just put soil in the parking lot?
Then they can move it.
Eroding into their parking lot.
No, we have to find a better solution. I don't know.
I don't think there's really another solution that would make sense. I mean, we can piecemeal it, but then
Yeah.
we don't know what problem we create if we.
Yeah, round numbers, we looked at about 47, so $50,000 to stabilize it, you're probably good for 8 to 10 years. But you're going to have to come back and redo that probably in 10 years. So you're going to end up spending the money 10 years down the road if you don't. We can stabilize it and kind of make it stay where it is right now, but as you continue to get erosion over the years, you'll continue to have an issue.
I can do a lot of 50,000 for.
Yeah, I know, but then
It won't be 50,000 next time.
Yeah, but it'll be
I'll go ahead and
80,000
make,
right
I'll
there.
make the motion that we not to exceed.
Well, I'll come back. I've got a lot of work to do, but at least, yeah.
Oh, in January.
Yeah.
Well, we've got to, I've got to get permitting
I
and
mean,
do
you'll come
that.
back in
So,
January.
if you could give me $25,000 today, which would give me time to be able to start applying for permits and doing some of the engineering that I've got to do. I've got to get the site surveyed. I got to get a topo of it. I've got to get all that together. So if you would authorize $25,000 tonight, and then I will move forward with trying to compile all the information and get everything so that we can actually move it and come back with an actual price.
Maybe if we get the
All right.
permit, somebody will
So
come in and
moved.
take it.
D.R. Horton might need.
Is there a second?
Second.
I have motion by myself and a
wants to get
second by Mr. Underwood. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Did
All
you
right, we
put
are.
a price
25 grand,
on it?
right?
Yeah, the 25 grand, yeah.
Can we skip ahead to the schools and let them go?
Yeah,
Thank
sure,
you.
but they were, we can, absolutely. I told Dr. Calveric that they were first on unfinished or on new business, but then I didn't realize, yes. Sorry, Dr. Calveric, I can. So let's skip ahead to agenda item number 10, yes. And then you are the first on new business technically. I just didn't think it would be this late. I'm sorry.
No worries. Thank you.
They just want us to support this, right?
Good evening, Chair Black, Vice Chair Carson, and members of, I looked at Nancy and old habits die hard, Mrs. Long. Excuse me for that. Vice Chair Long and certainly members of the board. I'm Sarah Calveric, the Superintendent of Caroline County Public Schools, and we are excited to be here this evening. I am hip to hip alongside with our Vice Chair of the School Board, Mr. Calvin Taylor. We feel it's very important to share education, awareness, and advocacy. We are rolling into the 2025 General Assembly session, and we want you to be privy to the legislative priorities that were approved last evening by our school board with a 6-0 vote. Additionally, on its coattails, we are going to invite you to entertain and consider going into a joint resolution that we would submit to our delegates and our representatives in relation to the JLARC study, which outlines a significant lack of funding from the state for K-12 education. Of course, this would be advantageous for us to have a collective voice around. And so you will hear Mr. Taylor breathe life into that resolution for your contemplation tonight. But I'm going to give you a very high level. It is late, and I know that you are ready to rock and roll into the next item. So before you, both in your folder, just to orient you to the 3 items. First, you have a copy of our double-sided priority document, which I will overview here in a moment. The second item you have is additional details associated with the JLARC study. We are not going to belabor that tonight in detail, but I wanted you to have that as a reference tool. And then the third item is an updated copy of the resolution. We presented a draft in the packet on Thursday to Mr. Parton with the notation that our board was visiting this topic last evening, and they did indeed create changes, of which you have a copy of the approved document in your folder. So let's go ahead and get started. In relation to our legislative priorities, you will see that we have big headers. I'm going to just utilize those to navigate you through this. So the first, of course, is the teacher and staff shortage. We are talking about advocacy associated with licensure, specifically expanding licensure pathways so that making your way to the classroom as a certified teacher is more accessible. We also are looking at advocating for greater compensation for educators across the Commonwealth. You can see that the national teacher average for educators is $63,103, and in Virginia currently we are looking at $63,103. We also are looking at seeking additional funding in localities for Grow Your Own programming, additional mentorship and coaching, teacher residencies and apprenticeships, all invaluable, especially when you are talking about enhancing licensure paths. We are bringing in a wide array of educators that have diverse some of these supplemental preparation supports in order to be successful in the classroom. Moving to the right into the budget column, you can see we referenced the 2023 JLARC report, and so we're continuing to demonstrate gratitude to the General Assembly for their work in FY25. They did give additional funding to reduce the support cap, but it is not yet fully eliminated, and we would like that flexibility in order to proceed in meeting the needs of each local division. We also want the division average to be used to calculate salary and other costs rather than the linear weighted average. And a topic that is near and dear to your heart is, of course, local composite index. And it is recommended in the JLARC study that a 3-year average be used versus 1 year to develop that budgeting information. Moving to the backside, you will see some additional topics associated with assessment and accreditation. That is something that is near and dear to our heart. And if you've been following the news, you know that we are being charged with implementation in the 25-26 school year of a new performance framework. We are 100% behind high rigor and high expectations, but we want to make sure that we have a wide variety of assessments, that we're not solely asking our students to demonstrate their knowledge using multiple choice assessments. And so that's what the assessment topic covers, in addition to reducing the quantity of assessments that our students are seated for. Under accountability and accreditation, we know this new framework is coming. It will not be delayed, but we are wanting to be good stewards of this framework and asking for small tweaks to make sure that some of our more vulnerable at-promise populations are appropriately addressed through the framework. So you'll see some of the details noted in that bottom left corner. The middle column covers teaching and learning, our bread and butter, and part of the new performance framework is, whether you believe it or not, our motto of 3E Ready. That is part of the point process associated with accreditation. And so with that aspect being focused on so heavily, we believe that the standards of quality should include funding for work-based learning coordinators in every single school division. We also know that dual enrollment, it needs to be more accessible, not only to educators to teach those courses, but also to our students so that they can see direct correlation from their coursework into career paths in higher education after. Social emotional learning is something that you will see if you look at our budget priorities that are out in our survey right now. Our community is seeing the need for enhanced social emotional services. And so we are always looking to provide enhanced support in the school setting, because Caroline, as we know through the comprehensive health assessment, is a desert for access for medical providers specific to the mental health arena. So being able to do that in the school setting is critical to our families. Finally, you see the Virginia Literacy Act. We have a brilliant rollout led by our instructional department, and that will continue into next year, expands to the middle school. And so we are looking forward to some continued funding to help lift that work. On the far right-hand side, you see school modernization. This is something I know that the Board of Supervisors has been working on keenly, and that is broadband connectivity and just continuing to push that for rural divisions. School construction, we are hoping to meet with you for a joint board meeting within the next month and a half to talk about our facility and demographic study and recommendations associated with those data points. And so just today, there was an announcement that came out of the governor's office that Governor Youngkin has indeed taken some of the surplus and appropriated that out to school construction. And so he has really invested alongside his team quite a bit of funding into this area. So I'm looking forward to seeing some of the specifics, and we'll absolutely share that with you as we move forward in the construction conversations. And then finally, the most primary focus of our work is school safety. We just received a school safety grant that we had applied for from the Virginia Department of Education for approximately $140,000. We're really eager to take that and to continue to build on top of the multi-layered aspects that we have going on a daily basis. So these are the things that we are advocating for. We will be alongside our legislators, certainly during the month of January, both at conferences, and then we also take it upon ourselves as a division to have our legislators come visit here in the month of November. And we shared this with them, but also we will set up meetings with our representatives for Caroline County when we're downtown in Richmond. So at this point, I can either take questions on the priorities or I can yield the mic to Mr. Taylor, who will share with you a bit more about the resolution that we're hoping you will embark upon with us.
Would you like us to just go ahead and approve the resolution?
I have a couple questions before we do that.
Okay.
Mr. Taylor, please feel free to come forward.
What's that? We've got a copy of the resolution. Yeah, right. We've already got a copy of it. So, we don't need to read the resolution. Mr. Seeley, do you have a question?
Yeah, mine's just, I don't have a problem with signing a resolution, but what we're asking for standards of quality doesn't help us. And the Northern Virginia school systems and the Northern Virginia boards of supervisors are really upset with the General Assembly for funding only SOQ things. Somehow SOQ needs to come out so that you get funding that's not limited to standards of quality, because that drives us all insane.
I don't disagree with you one bit. I think if you look at the supplemental document I provided to you, specifically Roman numeral 13 and 14, it gives you a bit more of a description that helps you understand some of the SOQ nuances. Specifically, if you look at recommendation 1, they talk about the inclusion of all division central office staff in SOQ, which is not the current scenario. So if they were expanding the definition of standard of quality, it would ultimately be beneficial for the locality because some of those positions not currently included in SOQ would then be brought in. Additionally,
Wait. If we took SOQ out and said fund modernization, K-12, IT systems, period, no SOQ, because all they're going to focus on is, oh, okay, SOQ. The state's portion of SOQ for all the school systems is small.
it's extremely small. Yes, sir.
They don't care. So when you come to us and 46% of your employees are covered under SOQ and the 54% of the, and that's not even all your employees because the bus drivers, the paraprofessionals, all that aren't covered, the bill comes to all of us. So
I agree with you. I absolutely do.
Stop leveraging or lobbying for SOQ stuff and say just K-12 reporting IT systems, period.
If you take note of the documents, they have identified very clear short-term, which they call near-term, and long-term action steps. And ultimately, they have acknowledged in multiple venues that I have participated in that this funding formula is archaic. And so they need to do a complete overhaul associated with the formula that is used to fund K-12 schools. That process is a long-term process, and that may include an overview that's far more extensive with standards of quality and result in a different format. But until that occurs, we play within the parameters of what's currently in play, and they are talking about expanding the definition of SOQ to include more job descriptions.
We're not asking for that. We're not, this resolution doesn't ask for that the way I read it.
Well, one of the things that I think is beautiful about going into a joint resolution is that you are certainly welcome to suggest modifications, and we can agree to that as a school board. So this is our draft that was approved last night, but it is currently your immediate draft. So that means that you too have the latitude to make modifications if that's what the collective will of the board is.
And
so
here's,
there's some
let me go
changing.
through, okay, because the other is a 3-year average. Tell me what you're calling LCI. I want to make sure I'm calling it the same thing.
Local composite index.
So if they do a 3-year running average for local composite index, we may not be happy with that in another 2 years.
I dare say we may not be happy with it next year based on the assessment data we saw this evening. And Mr. Cully and I have had dialogue about that. When you have a 40% increase in your real estate and the new biennium begins, Mr. Sealy, we will see the impact of that drastic change.
Everybody, it's not just us. Just remember, the whole state's going. So
absolutely,
our composite index may not change because it's everybody. If we 40% here, you ought to see Northern Virginia. I've talked to some supervisors. They are Florida, and here's their dilemma. They never change their tax rate. Their tax rate stays the same, but their assessments keep going up.
Right.
So if you don't change the tax rate and your assessment goes up, you know what that does mathematically. So it's not, we're not an island where we're the only ones going up 40%.
By no means was I indicating that. I think one of the points that we need to remember is that the purpose of this document is to have a united voice to say Virginia Department of Education and funding
we keep
institutions. We need to make sure that you hear from localities and school boards that we acknowledge the JLARC study as a guiding document with data that indicates we are drastically underfunded. And we need to let them know that.
I'm not willing to leverage the SOQ language throughout this because I think we're shooting ourselves in the foot because they'll go, okay, that's great.
But that is our current reality.
But
and that is how we're currently funded in formula. We can simultaneously push back, but that is a long-term action that has already been identified as a need. But right now, what they're doing as an intermediary is the expansion of the definition. So one, it's more inclusive of what our true reality is for staffing, but they're also talking about looking at prevailing wages and making sure that they're calculating SOQ based on prevailing wages, which would be a greater funding stream for us because right now the formula they're using does not mimic what regions are experiencing for salaries. So there are small gains here. It's by no means utopic, but it is a direction that is positive for localities and school divisions while they're building something new in the future.
If they fund you to SOQ and you say, we got all this money, you need to match it for everybody else, we're all going to sit up here and look at each other because we're not going to be able to.
Well, you're talking about salary and you're talking about compensation increases, which is definitely a conversation we have. We're talking about just when we start a new fiscal cycle on July 1, the amount of money we are given per position is what SOQ is. You're referencing the compensation increases.
SOQ gets, it's in everything, but we allow this language, if everybody pushed back and said SOQ is not what we want to hear anymore from the General Assembly, they would hear that. But we do a patchwork of the school systems all say SOQ and all the boards of supervisors say stop with the SOQ. I've spent time in Richmond. I know how this language floats, and the VSBA is like SOQ, and then our organization's like, we don't want to hear SOQ. Northern Virginia, I mean, they went off in the last round.
If you don't mind me interjecting, I recognize that there is still dialogue that you desire to have, but ultimately, I think what we need to determine tonight is that we can't reach the ideal scenario in one fiscal year with the state. But do we have consensus amongst the school board that we need to continue to push and say, you must support JLARC study findings? Our board answered that with a resounding yes. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. But is every item they've listed advantageous either in the short term or the long term? Yes. But will things change as we move forward? Absolutely, because we'll have a new governor. We don't know what that will look like. So things will change as we move forward. We could be back here next year with a very different narrative. And so I ask of the 6 of you, if this is something you're interested in, having a united voice to advocate around and lobby around and legislate around, then this is a document that I think is very progressive in presentation. We don't know of many other boards that have joined together to collaboratively say, state, you are too reliant on localities and your funding formulas and your LCI are outdated. So that's what we're asking for you to consider tonight.
Dr. Calveric, I'm hoping that that comes from multiple boards because the localities that are in VACO were all pretty united in trying to get joint resolutions.
Great.
From this. So when Mr. Thomas was at the VACO meeting, that was a big thing at the VACO, is working with school boards and say, look, because it always comes back to us in the end when the state doesn't give you what you want. It falls on the local boards of supervisors to say, hey, look, we needed 10 million. The state gives you
right
a short amount, and then you guys come to us for the 8 million. That you're short. So we know how that gets. So we would like to see. So I don't think there was a supervisor in the room when we had our last VACO meeting that was saying, hey, look, this isn't. We disagree with this. I think everyone was from Northern Virginia to Southwest Virginia. I think everyone was in agreement with some sort of joint resolution from boards of supervisors and school boards statewide. So I would be in favor of anything that asks the state to give us more money.
I'm in favor of it too. The only thing that I'd ask for the next step is we talk about transportation costs.
Sure.
Because we have the same budget as Fredericksburg City.
Okay.
But they probably have $3 or $4 million more they can use for teachers because their transportation costs are so low.
Okay.
So there's got to be something in there in the composite index or whatever that helps us out.
Sure, we can definitely look at that more deeply.
But I'm ready to go with this one now to say we support, what the schools are trying to do.
I think we ought to pull out the SOQ stuff. We just keep propagating the same thing and everybody keeps going, oh, SOQ is fine. Because when they come back with this SOQ stuff, we're going to look at each other and go, there's no way we get there. But we sign a resolution with SOQ in it and we agree with it. And that's the part that I think is wrong.
So based on what she's saying, this SOQ refers to the number of positions. When we get SOQ, it's us adding more money.
Perhaps
That right,
Mr. Taylor could explain
Mr.
it.
Thomas, remember we went to the meeting the other day with the legislators in Fredericksburg?
Yes.
You were there.
Yes.
This is one of the things that we talked about was funding for schools and the JLARC study this is here. And I say it's right intention, wrong dimension, because we need to make sure that JLARC understands that we need full funding for schools, not just partial funding. We need to ensure that we're all on a level playing field. And I understand what Mr. Seeley is saying, that this doesn't say that. What it says is, I want you to make sure that we're on a level playing field as far as SOQs, which gives them a way out. I want to make sure we back our legislators into a corner and say, we want full funding. We want, and that's what JLARC says, schools are not funded as they should be. That's what JLARC says.
Right.
But then if it says that, it doesn't say just SOQs. It says schools, 100%.
But it also doesn't say full funding.
No,
it says they're underfunded.
Underfunded is
So
what it says, right.
Relative number.
Right, the difference, you're right.
But if we got real money that didn't have SOQ attached to it, we could work with that. Getting money with SOQ attached to it ties all of our hands about what we can do and can't do. And that's what's wrong with it.
And this is the language that they use on Dr. Calvert, the SOQ.
It is. These
And that's
bullet
why-
points are
right.
pulled directly
yeah.
from the JLARC study.
yes.
Now, I will share with you in full transparency, last evening, we had a very robust conversation. This was part of our workshop meeting, and we had board dialogue associated with a generic resolution that did not, per other board members' words, have teeth in it, meaning that it was generic, and therefore we felt that we needed to add the actual JLARC bulleted items so that they knew specifically what we were putting a resolution around. So that you can see from the packet draft you have to tonight's approved resolution from the school board, that is, other than shifting the order of some of the whereases, those are the additional items that were added, the near term and the long term, for greater specificity and also common language. So if you go and talk, you can then pull some of the talking points from here. We can do the same. Mr. Seeley can certainly expound upon that and talk about, I understand SOQ is the current formula. I believe it's broken, and I think we need full funding and need a totally different formula. That is your verbal qualitative conversation that accompanies a resolution, but this is in alignment with the JLARC study currently.
Yeah, but we're saying one thing on paper, which is what they're gonna have, and you can't walk in and start talking. I wanna walk in with what we signed without this stuff in it and go, here's what we as a board of supervisors can do. Cause I can't support every time they give you money for SOQ only and everything else comes to the county. I'm telling you that they don't care. So if you keep saying this, they keep reading this, they keep thinking this. I don't mind the resolution, but I think all the SOQ stuff needs to come out. So when we go down there, we'll go, yeah, you'll notice our resolution, we don't talk about SOQ. We talk about you need to fund the schools, not just parts of the schools or parts of the population of the schools, but the schools in general, because we keep segmenting the schools into this population and this population, and we don't even know who that is. Teacher-wise, only you guys know who SOQ is. We don't know. I don't care, but I know that it's not fair to do something for SOQ and not for everybody else.
Right, you're right.
So if we say this, we agree to this. I mean, when I'm writing requirements for something, when I write requirements and that's in there, oh, okay, that's what you want. This isn't really what we want. And we don't drive the message any other way except to send something that says in bold, this is what we mean, and this is who we need to fund. The rest of this isn't helping us. They may rearrange some of your numbers, but you're still coming, when it comes to the county and you only get SOQ funding, we have to figure out the rest of this to make this right. And that's getting harder and harder to do.
I completely understand your passion behind your comment, and I don't disagree. Full funding is what we need. We need that for IDEA. We need that for standards of quality. It should encompass all of our employees. I think the funding game, for lack of a better word, that we are charged with playing right now in public education. Thank you, process. I appreciate that synonym there. Is standards of quality. That is not going to change overnight. So in the road to achieving greatness, which would be full funding, we are going to have to take intermediary measures that are of a positive nature and are impactful and feasible. And that's what this is from JLARC.
We have talked about this since I was on the school board.
We could go around about this all night.
I'm
No
willing
one's
to do this
disagreeing with
resolution
you.
without those terms in there, because I think
It's only 3 references to SOQ in the whole resolution.
That is correct, but that is the basis for funding.
But I'm just
So
saying,
I'm
it's
just
only
making
3.
sure we're clear on that.
So can I just call the question on whether we want to accept this resolution or not?
I'll make the motion, but we pull SOQ out. Totally, because if we're gonna go talk to somebody, I can't go talk to somebody with that in a document that we all said we agreed with.
It is, like I said, only 3 references to.
So
standards
take
of
them
quality.
out.
So let me talk specifically about those rows and see if we can come to agreement upon that. So when you look at bullet, and this is in a slide, of which I think we have the clicker, and I apologize. I'm
No, it's all right, but.
Oh, that's okay. You can
Okay.
just go to there's a whereas,
So-
large study
There's no
findings.
cues, yeah.
Oh, I was starting down at the near term and the long term. Are you talking about up
Yeah,
above?
there's one above that. It says,
Okay.
as outlined in the standards of quality. Study funds.
Okay, whereas the JLARC study findings align with the Commonwealth's commitment to providing high-quality, equitable education for all children
For all children, period.
as
All
outlined
children.
in the standards of quality.
That's
So you
fine.
want to eliminate as outlined in the standards of quality.
Correct, for all children.
So I guess my one concern with elimination of that is in absence of standards of quality, you can say, instead of having a ratio of 1 to 250 students, without that standard, it could be 1 to 1,000, and that's detrimental to students. You have to have a standard of some sort.
We're not getting funded like that.
But the standard of quality is still the staffing guidance. And if you don't have those ratios in there, you run the risk of then no longer being compliant with your division's needs because you haven't created a standard across the Commonwealth. You create greater inequity. And I understand your funding completely, Mr. Sealy. I do. And I would argue till I'm blue in the face for full funding.
And if I could just say, I don't want to beat this dead horse to death. I understand where you're coming from, but standards of quality is the basis by which we are measured. Until we get something better, if we leave that out, then
All
I
right,
think we'll be.
Mr. Sealy asked for a motion. I said call the question. Mr. Sealy didn't second it, but he just wanted to do a motion where it says we take, standards of quality out. If you agree with taking, let's just go to vote on this. If we agree with, because we could go, this is circular. If we agree that we should take standards of quality out, all those in favor of taking standards of quality out. Did we have a second to your motion, by the way, Mr. Sealy?
I'll second it.
All right, so Mr. Underwood, okay, we have a motion by Mr. Sealy, a second by Mr. Underwood to take standards of quality out. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I'm going to abstain because I don't know enough about school funding to
Okay.
make a long-term decision on that.
Yeah. So, Mr. Underwood, how do I vote division of the House? Mr. Underwood?
Aye.
Mr. Forehand? Mr. Thomas?
Okay. And try to say aye.
Okay.
Can we have a discussion? Because I want Ms. Long to really understand it. Just, okay.
I'll vote.
Just looking at partial.
I'll vote nay. So, it passes. So we're going to take it out. Dr. Calveric, is there something that you can?
Will that kill you?
No.
Okay.
It will not, by no means. I'd much rather submit, as long as our board is in agreement with that. I'll modify and share it with both boards to make sure that everybody has eyeballed it one final time, and then we will both have access to it so we can readily use it when we do have the opportunity to have those conversations. And then I would just ask that if standards of quality comes up, personally share your perspective, but also with the understanding that it is the process that's used right now. So if we can gain benefits currently, let's do it, knowing that we need to get to Mr. Sealy's outcome.
Okay. Thank you, Dr.
When you change the language, can you use some verbiage that we're not opposed to, but that we're looking for the full funding package, not just the SOQ. So that's why that's why it's not there. Our druthers would be that the funding would be.
Second to last, whereas actually says that the JLARC study findings align with the Commonwealth's commitment to providing high quality, equitable education for all children.
Yeah.
We could say providing providing fully funded, high quality education for all children. Is that?
That's fine.
I think that would be
okay?
appropriate.
So I'll make sure that full funding or fully funded component is in there. Okay, please afford me 24 hours to get this modified, and we will proceed if you vote in favor, which I think may just have occurred.
Okay.
Okay, wonderful.
All right.
Thank you so
Yep.
much.
Do we want to go back to, thank you, Dr. Calvert. Do we want to go back to number 9, discussion of options for regulating stockpiling of soil on developed parcels, or do we?
Good seeing
Yes,
you,
we're
Mr.
gonna
We can do that
Taylor.
in January.
Yeah, let's defer that. We're gonna, is we okay to deferring that? Yeah, number 9, we're not gonna cover. All right, it's till January. We did number 10. Oh, all right. So let's go ahead and vote on the resolution that's, I guess, that's about to come out, that we're in agreement, right?
Yep.
So.
I'll make a motion, we adopt the resolution with standards of quality out and full funding in to the resolution, joint resolution with the school board.
I'll second. Right.
Right.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, so now we are to, we're delaying 9 or deferring 9. We've done 10. We're 11, no. Yeah, well. No, all right, I mean, that's fine. If you guys want to defer that till, you guys want to defer that until January? I thought they needed it.
Can we do 12 and just say sign the letter and send it to the court and move on?
Yep.
I make a motion, we send a letter to the court for a 3-month extension.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I thought we were.
All right, can we go back to number 11 for a second? I would like to, since they were here tonight, and it's been 4 years, and just so that they would have more time, I think we give them more time, the better, for the 25,000. We saw the kids here tonight. It's been 4 years. I would just assume get that over with tonight and not have to come back with it in January, especially if they're holding the regional championship here in July.
How much did we give them last?
It's been 4 years, but I think we gave them 20,000 4 years ago. Yeah, it was 20,000. Yeah, Tamika's. So they want 25. Could I get a motion for that?
As long as we don't do it again for another 4 years.
I'll make a motion.
All right, I'll second. So a motion to give Caroline County Little League 25,000. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, discussion of county tax relief programs.
That was me, Mr. Chairman. I asked people on, we can defer this until the next meeting to prolong it.
Yes,
But-
because I think this is gonna be a
But
lot.
I'd like, what I would like to have is us look at, the relief programs. I know that our land use relief, believe it or not, we're giving away about $1.7 million a year. We're talking about, M1 versus this and having restrictions, and we're giving away $1.7 million a year in tax relief on land and agriculture, and I think we need to take a look at that. And to Mr. Seeley's point about the farmers, we are only one of 13 counties that tax farm equipment, so it's about 350,000. So I say give the farmers back the relief on the equipment, and let's take a look at land use, because I don't think we should be given that much land use. I don't think it's serving the purpose for the county when other residents are paying their fair share.
And on that same note, I just want to add one, and maybe Mr. McKenzie can help. Can we investigate if the county has the ability to grant tax relief to farmers exclusively? Knowing it's a Dillon rule state, if we don't have permission to do it, we can't do it, so.
Well, so these land use programs are they're opt-in programs. I mean,
Right.
I don't think you have to say I'm a farmer per se, but you have to say I have land that qualifies as agricultural, forestal, whatever,
Right.
open space. You have specifically for. I will look into that for you, but it wouldn't be under these land use.
You can do
programs.
you can do one, or you can do only farm. You can do only agriculture. You can do only.
Right. You wouldn't be saying I'm a farmer, don't tax me. You'd be
Right.
saying I have agricultural land that qualifies for
Right.
land use. And the idea there is instead of taxing it at its highest and best use, which may be as a subdivision, we tax it at this special rate, recognizing that it's used for agricultural purposes.
Right. And that's different than land use. I'm just saying, I'm a farmer, I got 100 acres, I'm farming corn or whatever. don't tax me at the same rate and give me a tax or stop taxing me on my personal property because I'm a farmer.
Equipment, farm
Yeah.
equipment.
Yeah, the equipment is separate.
Separate.
Yeah, these are all different
Right.
things we want to look at
Right.
together.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, so but the land use thing, that farmer on his land, he would use this land use program. He said, I'm using it agriculturally, don't tax it at the highest and best use. I want to be in the land use program. And that's, you opt into it, and then whenever you come out of it, you get rollback taxes. So he sells it for, whatever, and someone wants to put something on it.
Yeah, but only for 6 year rollback.
Yes, there's a
So if I had it for 50 years and I didn't pay.
You're yeah,
And
you
then I
don't,
sell it, and I
yes.
sell it to you, I'm gonna pass the price on to you, who buys it from me, and say you're gonna pay the rollback.
Correct.
So so I end up paying nothing, well,
Correct.
I end up paying a nominal fee
Yeah.
for 50 years. So it's not really a fair.
It can be
I'm sending all my farmers to you and all my all the folks that do trees as agricultural use, because they have to file with the Commissioner of the Revenue. They actually have to file an actual plan for everything they do. So it's not like, I just say that, they've got to have a plan, they've got to submit it. And you're gonna get hundreds of people that are gonna go, because if you take away land use, that means they have different zoning, and I'm not sure we're ready for that. Because if you take away land use, they're saying you can use your land for anything else you want. We've been down this path, we've been down this path before.
Those would be different if you come out of land use. I mean, I think would almost, Mr. Seeley, be the inverse. If you start doing something you rezone your property to become a distribution center, you'll get booted from land use because you can no longer certify.
You'll get booted. But if we take land use away from farmers, we give them zoning. We have to give them something for taking them out of land
Oh,
use.
I see.
No, we're not going to take farmers out of land use.
No.
Well, you're gonna take tree farmers out?
Gentlemen, it's awfully late to start a topic that is this
One real
deep.
clarity.
Confused.
Land use isn't for farmers, it's property owners.
Property,
I
correct.
have land use, so land use is, if you own property that meets a standard, so my land's in cultivation, but it could be, I own trees, or it could be open space, but it's individual property owners that have enough land
Not the farmer.
to qualify, might be 5 to 10 acres, whatever. But farmers are the only ones that would be the farmers that actually own their own farmland. But most farmers rent a ton of farmland from this little old lady that's owned it forever and somebody else, and maybe their husband farmed 40 years ago and dead. My grandfather was a farmer, but he hadn't farmed in a long time. So it's not you're not doing anything for farmers. It's land use goes to landowners based on what they are.
And the farmer that's leasing the land won't get the benefit. The owner will get the benefit
Correct.
of
I pay taxes for the land I own. The farmer doesn't have anything to do with it. Only on the land they own. But most farmers farm more land that they rent than they own. So it's the amount of landowners you're affecting with land use is it's not just farmers. It's people that just happen to own land in the county. Taking that away, I would assume then it would be no rollback coming back because you would have just eliminated it. And then zoning wouldn't change on it. It would still be RP, but then you would have people that have a lot of land but be paying more taxes, may then be interested in selling it for other things. There's no guarantee of that, but that would be what would, well, correct. I mean, so those are the sort of effects, but don't confuse it with farmers because we don't have that many farmers anymore, but we got a ton of landowners that have land use values, which are set by SLALAC and Virginia Tech and all that. So there is a value. It's not zero. And it depends on what you're doing too. Trees are different from ag and open space.
Okay, thank you. All right, can we move on to the, so we're gonna take that back up in January, Mr. Underwood? Okay, and then the supplemental appropriation to the, for the improvements to audiovisual capabilities.
Talking about this for 3 years.
Go ahead,
Can we
make a motion.
I'll make a motion, we adopt the supplemental appropriation for fiscal year 24-25 for general properties budget for the improvements to the audiovisual capability of the Community Services Center auditorium.
All right, any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, we had, some 14A was funding for,
Don't forget about the health insurance.
well, I've got it as
as
14B, 14B. Mr. Pardon, we're ahead of you. We're still functioning here. All right. All right, yes. All right, here we go.
Barely, but we are.
Funding at, Low Massey, Park, Mr. Underwood.
Chairman, board members, I talked to Mr. Cully, and we talked about and as well as Mr. Shebel, about the Low Massey Park, and that building has to be up, and and we'd like to start looking at least have the money in place to do we can start looking at an architectural firm and putting a new digital sign up now to give people notice of what's going on in the county. I think Mr. Shebel, you said 43,000 was for the sign, I believe, and the architecture work, we talked about it at the last meeting, needed approximately between 175 and 200,000 in the budget for the architecture work to be started.
Mr. Thomas, this is just a thought. Why don't you use the same floor plan
That's
as
Mr. Underwood.
I'm sorry, Mr. Underwood, as we're using for the fire stations, but change the facade and you don't have separate bedrooms, but you have meeting rooms or you have a big party room. We already have the plans for that. We can move that thing right along. You can make it brick or you can make it siding, just a thought.
43,900 was for the sign, and then we estimated 175 to 200 to provide all of the engineering and architectural, basically to make the project bid ready. So we would get all of our permitting ENS, all of our stormwater ponds, design calculations, structural, all the borings would be done for determining compaction ratings.
You don't like my idea of modifying the fire station plans, huh? You want to do your own?
It is no way really to modify what that is. I mean, it's because you got the bigger Bay Area that doesn't really line up.
Just drop the roof line a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take a new design.
It's a big party room.
That's a $4 million fire station.
$6 million. We were hoping to come in a lot cheaper than that with this building, sorry.
We're not putting fire engines in or a bunch of fire security. Forget it. I think it's a cute building. I think it could be cute.
Is this something that we could it's really hard to, is this something we get more detail at the next board meeting?
We can do it later. I mean, we got to do it because we got to do it to make sure we don't lose the building.
And we could take it from the cigarette tax reserve that Tamika says we'll have money in, that we were going to set aside for parks.
But we already spent that.
I think she's talking about current.
The numbers that were provided for the audit tonight, so for the revenues and the expenditures, the revenues exceeded the expenditures by $306,000 for the general fund. Of that $306,000, I will have $586,000 we received in cigarette revenue. So of that $306,000, I will be reserving $293,000 for the Parks and Rec restricted fund balance.
So we can take the sign out of that. Well,
Would you just rather wait and discuss it on January, or I just thought we'd give Mr. Shebel.
Well, all I would remind us, we are under a 5-year, and we've already been a year plus. And so at some point we need to design something to ultimately be able to go out to bid when we want to down the road.
Not to send it out to bid, just to have it ready.
No, just to get the plans ready.
And it's got to fit on that.
No, you can certainly wait till January or the second meeting. With the holidays, we're not going to get much done between now and the January meeting anyway, if you want to think about it. But
it just seems to me it make more sense to have your your design on your building before you put your sign up, because you might want to put your sign someplace else to put it
Well, I
on
think
the
we'll put the
building.
sign where the,
The
no,
sign
it's gonna
where
go
it
back
is.
where it is now.
We got to have a sign there. It's wood.
Yeah,
But
I
we
think
need
that
a
was,
digital to give information.
to replace the sign that's there.
Yeah.
Um,
I'd like to do the sign if nothing else. On the start.
the motion for the
Immediately.
sign.
What's that now?
I said, is there a motion to do the sign?
Well, how much is the sign?
47,000,
43,000.
43.9.
43.9.
I would make a motion.
Those
to sign
electronic
my
job,
district.
the
I would make a
brickwork,
motion to
concrete.
sign my district.
Cellular access.
Hey, plug. Pick one.
It'll match
Yeah,
the
pick
fire
one.
stations, economic development in the park.
Let's go ahead and do it. Come on, what's the problem? Reggie, you not?
I'd make a motion that we, I'm asking the board to approve 43, whatever it is, Joy, for the digital sign for Low Massey Park.
Out of cigarette tax reserve account.
Under the reserve, yes.
Second. Call the question.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, we have, that is, the health insurance we have to do. So can I get a motion to, for the health insurance?
No, there was a decision of whether the county was gonna absorb the increase or the
Right.
employees.
Yeah. And the county increase was,
I say the county.
69,000
Yeah.
is what the county portion was for.
Yeah.
Was that right,
Yeah,
Mr.?
it would be $69,000 more to cover the whole, that the county cover the entire increase versus
Yeah.
maintaining the current methodology and passing 69,000 on to the employees. So
I moved
That's
that
the
the county pay the extra $69,000 in increased insurance costs for the fiscal year.
Second.
so the employees are not gonna have any,
They basically
right, okay,
have the same
Yep.
cost.
okay. Any discussion on that motion?
Mr. Park, how does that work for the detention center in Bowling Green? They have to cover that themselves if they choose to or not?
yeah, they would just be billed for 100% of their costs.
However they take care of it's up to them.
Yeah,
Mhm.
right. It's up to them to make that allocation.
And if the detention center picks it up, then it just comes out of the revenue that we get, so.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, we have a closing board, we have a closed meeting to do. Closed meeting.
Sorry,
So,
guys.
well, let's do closing, informational calendar items first, and then we'll do closing board comments, and we'll go to our closed meeting. So informational calendar items, Mr. Cully?
The employee thing is tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. The holiday luncheon is tomorrow at noon.
Oh,
We do have 2 seatings, noon and 1, and a little after 1, we'll do the service awards.
Are the board members serving, or you got Carolina barbecue or something?
Look toward the back over that way where
I'll be there.
Team Caroline?
yeah, Team
What time
Carolina's doing it.
what time does it start?
Noon.
It starts at noon?
Starts at noon, first cruise noon to 1, second cruise 1 to 2.
Correct. Service awards a little after 1.
Is Team Caroline?
Bowling Green Parade, 2 o'clock on Saturday. We are closed on the 24th and the 25th, and of course, January 1st. Our next meeting is the 14th. And then Martin Luther King is the 20th. We're also closed. And then the board meeting on the 28th of January 2025. That's really all we have on that calendar so far.
Oh, Christmas is on a Wednesday,
Okay.
so you only get 2 days.
All right.
Well,
Correct.
anybody I don't see
All right,
before
so-
Christmas, Merry
Merry
Christmas.
Merry Christmas. All right, closing board comments.
Have none, Mr. Chairman.
I have none, Mr. Chairman.
Mrs. Long.
Have a Merry Christmas.
Mr. Thomas.
None.
Mr. Forehand.
Mr. Black, thank you for being chairman this year.
Thank you, thank you. So thank you for all your, I know sometimes we didn't agree, but thank you for that. And hopefully, Mrs. Long, you'll want it in January. So thank you very much, and I'll pass the torch on to someone else. We are now, take a motion to go into closed session.
This is a long one because somebody added to it. I move that this board convene in closed meeting pursuant to the personnel exception of section 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia to conduct the annual performance review of the county administrator and the consultation with legal counsel exception of section 2.2-3711A8 of the Code of Virginia for consultation with the county attorney and discussion with staff regarding specific aspects of the county's zoning ordinance requiring the provision of legal advice. The investment of public funds and contract exceptions of section 2.2-3711A6 and A29 of the Code of Virginia for discussion of the terms of a proposed contract involving the investment of public funds, where discussion in open meeting would adversely affect the county's negotiating strategy. Only had trouble with one word.
Motion to go into closed session. Do I have a second? Motion is second to go into closed session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, we are in closed session. Have a great night, everyone. out of, can I get a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
Yes.
All those in favor say aye.
And I gotta read, I
You
gotta,
gotta read
I gotta read
the
this.
certification letter.
I gotta read certification. I move that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors certify that to the best of each board member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully accepted from the open meeting requirement by Virginia law were discussed in closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board.
If there's a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, I move that we adjourn.
Oh, we can't, we gotta
No.
certify.
Oh, we gotta
Yeah.
certify.
Mr. Forehand, do you certify that we only discussed the things we went into closed session for?
I so certify.
Mr. Thomas? Mrs. Long?
I say certified.
Mr. Seeley?
I so certify.
Mr. Underwood? And I so certify as well. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second. All right, all in favor say aye.
Good night, gentlemen.